course, was going to say the morning prayer at the Senate for the first time in 30 years, the last person in full course. That was very special. But there were some stories behind the things I wanted to share with you, because when you begin a project like this and you're carrying a lot of hope and promise and vision of the different spirit world, as it starts to unfold, when you're lucky and blessed enough, you can pass your direction. Just keep them in the order. These are the different events. This gentleman here is overlooking what's that. 19th generation pipe carrier. We could pass it this way. But when you're able to be in position to experience certain things, they bring a lot of wisdom. And Zarathustra always encourages me to share those personal insights, because they really are to the benefit of everybody. And one of them was going into the Senate that morning. It was not official yet of whether or not Orville could come and say the prayer, because the Senate has a chaplain that's been the Senate chaplain for maybe 35 years, and he had not gotten approval yet. But we all met about it, decided that we would be told faith that it would happen, and we would go. We would get up early and be dressed and be there. And of course, as we were there, the little man walked down with a cane and white hair, and he was a beautiful older gentleman. And he said, "Oh, I wish this could be so. I was privileged and so exposed here." And of course, Betsy Stang and I, who was from Wittenberg Center, and I sort of stepped back in the conversation and said to him, "Yes, you will go. Yes, this will happen," like Obi-Wan Kenobi. And he went into the Senate, came back and said, "You can do it. We would be honored if you say the prayer." And so Orville went there. We went up to sit in the top of the Senate to listen, where Gore's family sits. And he said the prayer. Well, afterwards, because he was the chaplain of the day, that meant that we had the full Senate open to us. And so we were invited to have breakfast in the Senate dining room. And no Native American has had a meal in the Senate dining room. But this year, middle of this decade, Orville said that. Now, one of the things I want to tell you is nothing on the menu is over $2. Just want to tell you that, because all five of us, there were 5 of us there that had breakfast, and the meal was $18. Yeah. Yeah, we need to get this out there in all the restaurants. But afterwards, we went many places down to the basement where the original first appointed star was put in by the founding fathers of the Senate. And it's ironic, coincidental, and important to know that it's also the Lakota star, the star of many, traditional people, and it's at the base of the Senate. So we did a public prayer and individual prayers as we stood on it. Then we went back to the president's chambers and different things, but at the very end, we also went back to the Senate to be completely circle. And when we went back to the Senate to thank him, the Senate guard, who's been a guard for some time, walked over and said, I'm really glad you people are here. I'm into spirituality. And he reaches in his pocket and pulls out a medicine bundle. A guard in the Senate. and he shows us his stones and wants us all to take one of his stones. And he talks about how they're into meditation and that they always merge. And he has these meetings with people, and then Spirit guides them to go to the Black Hills, and Spirit guides them to really know that they can make a difference, that what everybody's saying about prophecy is changeable, and for this group to get this is the guard of the Senate telling us this. And he said, of course, if I talk to anybody about this, I would lose my badge, and I would lose my position, but I just feel I could talk to all of you. So we're looking at each other thinking, isn't this great? Like, God is so good, It's always taken care of. And so as the day unfolded, there were many experiences like this. And in one incident at the White House, on Monday when we were going to the White House, we had a meeting in the Native American Treaty Room, which was a very place to bring spiritual elders. And as we were going in, I was hoping that some of Sacred Life members that were there would be able to get in, and we weren't sure because a lot of government officials were coming. And so late as we went through, and the man and our associate Dave Barry, who's in the White House and the Interior Department, who helped us arrange this meeting, had to stay to clear everybody's first base and all this stuff to get into the guards to go in. And so I'm at the beginning, because I was one of the speakers and taking care of things with Leon Shenandoah. And as we're walking down and being led there by the lady who works in this executive chamber of the White House, she says, you know, I'm a sun dancer. There's one way. I said, what? She says, I'm a sun dancer. I danced. I said, where's he in South Dakota? She says, I even sweat with orgel. He just doesn't know it. I said, you sweat with orgel? You are a sun dancer? She says, 2 years. I have to, you know, when you sun dance, you play for 4 years. She says, yes, I have 2 more years. And I thought, we have a sun dancer in the White House. I mean, doesn't it let you know that when people sometimes get overwhelmed when they're looking at the news and think, how are we ever going to fulfill this prophecy of unity and peace and get into these, you know, places of influence and power that have matched the balance of spiritual knowledge? And it's already happening. To be greeted by a sun dancer and a guard, both people on their path, lets you know that at that guard, the humor was, he said, you realize that the Senate's walk past his medicine bundle every day back and forth to the Senate, you know? And it's, the idea is just precious and very cute. There are many wonderful experiences, and our march to bless the Capitol building was one of the high points for me, because I know and carry so much the power of prayer, bless these minds of many that were not there but had either sacrificed what would the money to bring themselves and donate that so other elders could come, and medicine people, some of them I might tell you, that would have never have had an experience like that in their life. And going around the forming line that we would march somewhere, and it was a loved experience when I say march. And it was from Washington Memorial. We had teepees set up, 7 teepees. And then we would march to the Capitol, and that meant there would be an eagle staff that the Eleganza leader brought. But because we had the bad hip with the elders, we had the elders driven to the Capitol, and they would wait for us. And so we would walk, and at the beginning there was the staff would carry, then it's the drum, and then the Lakotas carried the pipe. And behind the Lakotas carrying the pipe were the Sacred Livestock and their banner, which I can tell you when we got there, it took up 1/4 of the circle around the White House. Yes. And we had Jewel James from the Lummi Nation in the Northwest, who was the elder that would be in the Northwest section that Sacred Life represented, change and promise. And then they were from the South, but of course, Southwest would be Hopi. And so we put Thomas Banaka and people from that region, and it went that way. And in the center, up on the Capitol steps, was the Lakota. And it's interesting because you can't light a match anywhere near the Capitol. And the Lakotas not only lit sage and smudge the Capitol from that point, they lit and did a pipe ceremony, and not a guard or anybody approached it. Isn't that interesting? As well, when we were at the White House, to have Charger is a Lakota medicine man, and he smudged with the sweetgrass before the meetings took place, and he went up to blow the eagle bone whistle there at the White House. It was a beautiful moment because there's an eagle at the very top, you know, the Capitol. There's an eagle buried in the bottom from the Iroquois nation, and so there's a full circle that we're seeing here. You see, and I want to thank you from every place that I exist in my body and my mind and in this universe for not only the support that you gave on a physical level, but even if you think, gee, I didn't get to go, I could have gone to that. The fact is your spirit was there, and I could feel that. But also the fact that you support a teaching and a belief that you hold in your own spirit, so that it can have a place to express on a regular basis that inspires and then goes out into the collective consciousness. Nothing exists without that. That's what always began. And you're very appreciated. And I really honor that devotion and dedication that allows the physical to be played out, and the privilege and the honor that many of us have when we get to be called to ceremony. And it was very beautiful. It's also interesting to know that Leon Shenandoah is the chief of chiefs of the Iroquois Confederacy, which is 6 nations. That includes the Mohawk, Seneca, the Oneida, and others that I can't think of in the moment. And it's ironic because Leon and I first met 2 years ago when we were both listening teachers at the Rio Earth Summit. And he at the time was sick with pneumonia and watched Suzanne. We were privileged to watch and film. I showed some of you the film when the Amazonian medicine man, who was also the chief there, came and removed with smoke and breath the pneumonia from his lungs. And here I was in D.C. and Leon was coming in on Friday. And when I had been talking to him for the week, he was very sick. And when I talked to him that night, he had pneumonia. And he said, he didn't want to disappoint me. And I said, well, you know what's interesting is that earlier I was speaking to a medicine man, Harry Charger, and he said he'd had a visit to bring some medicine because he was the heal and doctor. And I said, what kind of medicine? Somebody told me he brought it, and it was for the lungs. So I said to Leon, a medicine man that's here has a vision of doctoring somebody. You know anybody that needs to doctor in their lungs? He said, I'll get on the plane. So it was wonderful for a couple of reasons. I want to tell you about Harry Charger, who's also a Sundance chief. Harry was a prayer vigil last year where there were 50 people in one teepee. This year, at the peak town around the Capitol, there was over 400 and we had 10 teepees. Okay? And when Harry, throughout his life, he has experienced the oppression of his people and also the separation of the people. Some who even deny the traditionalists because they've chosen the Christian way, which denies their own spiritual worship and ceremony. And so Harry came this year, but as last year, he still wasn't too sure what he thought about these white people that are carrying pipes, that are walking the red road. But he also knows that Lakota means that there is no colored experience. And yet he struggled with his personal life. And the day before we went to the Senate, which was Thursday evening, many of Sacred Life people had started to come in, and so there was on the second floor there was a room we called Cabinet Room, and that was our headquarters. And Sheila and Billy Sparks were all up there getting the press involved and CNN and all of this. And Laura Luke started forming the Sacred Life. We must have 30 of them in the room at that time, and we're all talking, and Billy's got a guitar, so he's singing some of his songs. And I felt this energy out in the hallway, and I know and recognized that as a medicine person out there. So I worked my way through the crowd and found him out there, and he had sister with him who said, oh no, it's too noisy, you don't want to go in there. And I thought, well, I'll go down, and we talked a bit. And after a few minutes, they said, well, don't you go up and rest? And he kind of looks at me, and I think, I have to go back into the crowd. So I said, well, Harry, come on down and meet my friends and people's Sacred Life. He said, yeah, I'll do that for a minute, you know. And he's a big guy, you know. And he comes walking. He saw this huge banner that Dolly Maynard from our Seattle circle made that had a globe in the middle that said, one heart, one prayer, one mind, one people. And over here it said, blessing the hands around the Capitol. Here was the Healing Global Wound Tower. And he walks over, he looks at that, and he turns around and looks at the people. He said, I'm staying. And he sits down. He says, I'm staying. And he plunks himself down, and I showed him a poem that Richard Kaplan wrote in his background. He put some of it on CNET. It was, he says it was channeled from the grandfather to him, Vision of Doubt. And it's also the beautiful soul sister who talked about, and I was hoping Richard would bring one today, because he talked about that he reads the Kabbalah, but he's not a Jew, and he reads and worships the Bible. He is a pipe carrier, and he's not read. And he's just incredible poems. And so I had it there, and I showed it to Harry, and he read the first sentence of it, and he said, I had a vision of this when I was 4 years old. I'm supposed to be here. And Harry then proceeded to sit and tell stories and spin tales for all of the large people who formed around him for, I think, about the next 2 hours. And what was beautiful about that is he left there with such his own healing. And I share this with you because many times, you know, when people talk about being with indigenous people and you hear the word medicine bundle, of course the medicine bundle isn't what you carry in a leather pouch around you. That's part of it, because you can put something of the earth, you wear it, and it's in your field then, and you can feed off that if you need that. But your medicine bundle truly is your mind and your attitude that you carry with you. And it's what we heal with, when we don't even realize it. And so, for Harry to say to me, I go home and I take back something that I needed. And your people, gave that to me. So when you give medicine for a medicine man, you did a good thing, And it's his love, his genuine love of the people, his saying we are truly all one. I heard this said from so many people. But I want to tell you another story that occurred, because, mind you, I told you that he had these thoughts about people that are maybe pipe here, that are not Lakota. And rightfully that there are people who go out and buy a trinket pipe and carry it around, and they don't understand it, so in ways they innocently abuse it. But the true pipe is carried in your heart, and the one you smoke is the symbolism of what you carry in your heart. So, when I was going to get Leon from the airport, and I said to Harry, will you Dr. Leon Shenandoah? And he said, a pipe needs to be passed to me. Did you have a pipe? Do you have a chanupa? And I said, I do. And I didn't go, yeah, I do. I said, I do. He said, you pass it to me, little girl, and I'll hear with peace. And I said, yeah. But the next adventure was going to the airport to pick up Leon, who was due in at 8:36, and I showed up at 7:45. I've never been that early, And I showed up, and I was there, and I go right to the desk, and I said, did Leon get on his flight? Yes, we showed that he's registered. This is great. And I went up to the gate, and I had two the younger warriors that came that wanted to drive me there, and they were going to meet Leon. Now, when I tell you that he is chief of chiefs, what this means is that in a matriarchal tribal community, the women, the clan mothers, select and put up for chief position, and then there's a voting of that. And you can also take one out like that. When you are chief of chiefs, it comes from such a much higher place. And you are all of your life, and no one can take that from you. So his name is Tahadaho. And he, I will tell you about Tahadaho in a second. So we get to the airport, and he said he's there, and I'm telling them these warriors to tell us stories. I'm telling them some stories. And so their eyes are about this big, waiting for me to get off the plane. And I just immediately get this is Leon. He looks, this is one of the few pictures he likes of himself too. And he looks a little bit like Popeye. And he's my grandfather. And I want you to know that Sheila brought him from Seattle a hat that looks like a baseball hat with a half of a salmon in the front and a half of salmon in the back and a fin. And he loved this hat. And he says, Jackie, I'm going to pack this. And they don't meet in teepees, they meet in the Longhouse. And any of you who saw the Ted Turner movie on the Lakota Nation, they show the Longhouse. And that's where he and I went to visit when I was in Missouri with him and his family. And he said, yeah, I'm not wearing my headdress. I'm going to wear that to the Longhouse at the next meeting. And I called him that night. He said, why me? He wasn't like that. He was a great chief, don't you think? So, what was really beautiful that night is we get to the airport, he doesn't come off the plane, and I get this feeling just beforehand. I'm thinking, what's he trying to tell me? Oh, well, I got to get him. And of course, he never comes off the plane. And I'm thinking, where is he? And I go over to the computer people and I said, did Leon Shenandoah board the plane? Well, we really can't tell you this information. He says, yes, you can tell me this information. This is the chief of chiefs of this whole country, and I've lost things, and you're going to tell me this information? And they laughed and said, well, all right. Well, I didn't see any luggage that was checked, so maybe he didn't. I said, did he or didn't he? And he said, no, he didn't. And I said, where is the other plane that was coming? They said, there's many planes. And the warriors are looking like, we came to the chief and he's not here, what are we talking about? And I was thinking, well, maybe you could look in the computer, and the Zarathustra goes, there's more ways you noted this information. I think he's right. I'm asking the computer when I can go down there and say, I forgot for a moment, you know. He's absolutely right. So I told you guys I'll be right back. I felt like Superman, you know, when you go and change the game. And I went off to a quiet moment, and I said, where is he? He said, he's taking feast. And I said, he said, don't leave here without him. I said, here? He said, he came in another section of here. And then he leaves. I thought which usually means you have psychic abilities using. So I thought about it, and I saw U.S., you know, U.S. Air. And I read that voice. Is there a U.S. airline here? Yeah, next couple terminals down. Great. If you have a flight left Syracuse at 5 o'clock. So we rush. I said, okay, guys, we're going to go over there. We get over there, and I said, was Leon Shenandoah on your flight? Yes. Oh, first they were saying they can't tell me those things. And I said, yes, you know, you can tell me those things. And they do, and he was on it. When did it come in? At 6. Now, he was leaving there at 4 and getting in at 8:30, but he's like Mr. Magoo. Nothing happens to Leon. He can catch an hour late flight and show up 2 hours early. Leon can do those things. And it was a direct flight and everything. I thought, okay, I said, guys, go up and find him. I'm going to call the hotel, tell him not to worry. We'll be there because there's a meeting for all of the elders and they're waiting for me to get back and for Leon. And I'm part of running this meeting. You may have to start out. So they come back and we still can't find him. And I'm thinking, oh, they're looking for a chief. And I think, I look down and I think, what's he wearing? And I see a little blue baseball hat. I said, go look for a blue baseball hat. I said, a blue baseball hat? Yeah, go look. And they come down the wall. He was eating soup, like, you know, he said, in the cafeteria, like, he didn't even put himself where he'd be found easily. And he said, I knew that you would find me. If we're both talking to the same spirit, you'd find me. It's like a test or something, you know? I said, Leon, I didn't need a test like this. And we get in the car, we go over there. So, and he's a little on the grumpy side, you know? And not as a rule, but it's like, somehow I should have found him flowers earlier. And I said, well, I'm through on that, Leon, next time, you know? Just send me the thought and don't send it home to Syracuse. And where he had done that. And I said, but Sharon will give you a massage. I said, won't you, Sharon? Because he loves his back work. And I said, Sharon's going to do your back, and then you're going to get doctored. And then when I was walking, I can feel where he's wrapping his back and do those things we're all taught to do. Just kind of put my hand there as we're walking. And we'll sit in the back of the car and put my arm around, you know, the heart area, these little things. And we get there, and after we conclude our meeting downstairs, we went upstairs, and I went and got my chanupa and passed it to him, which meant I needed to load it. And we went into prayer, and he had the words disconnect the smoke alarm on the ceiling because he smudged that room so thick with sage and seagrass. Now there's a reason for that, and I want to share this with you for those who would like to know and those who are healers should know. And then I loaded my pipe for prayers of Leon, and my role was to hold the sacred prayer for his healing. And after I loaded it that way and then passed him my pipe, and he would smoke and begin to do the doctoring and the healing. And he allowed the Sharon to sit there and for the 2 warriors who were down Leon with me to watch the doctoring. This is very rare. We were all white, but he already made his transition into divisional color. And for him to go into the space that he needs to enter into displayed a lot of trust that we are who we say that we are, and that we walk the path that we project. Mind you, there are people sometimes that come into Indian country that say that and exploit them, and that's why I say that to you. And so, the privilege of watching him use his pipe in the way of this tool was extraordinary. And I was so happy when I saw him hand and have Leon hold it in a way that I did 2 years ago in Manitoba when I was doctoring, you know, my giveaway elder's wife. And because he told me to do that. And I watched Lakota do exactly what 2 years ago Deepak, well, you know, when he had taught us about the breath, you know, when he came to heal and extract pneumonia, he went like this, and he went. And he breathed just like, as soon as I looked at him, he said, he breathed into his head and his lungs and moved things out. And the moving and pulling things out which he could see, he releases them into the air. By releasing them into the air will laden with sweet grass and smoke that would then take it out, you see. It isn't just like, and that's the reason the smoke was so heavy into the room, because it's sterile. It's like kid sterilization. You know, in the hospital they do one thing, in indigenous way they put that sweet grass and say it's still sick, and when they pull out the illness will be taken out with the smoke. Isn't that beautiful? And then he made a brew. It had very hot and boiling. They made some that Leon had to drink. And we all had to drink. Because we were all part of that. And so the medicine system doesn't take that on. And so we all, you know, went into that place of drinking that. The prayers, that's that story. There's little things that are more to that. But I will tell you what I told the people last week in what Z had suggested and the grandfathers, that I told you a lot, and if the more you can understand, if you meditate on that, you will know it. They will tell you the rest of it. But if I put it into words, I have not done honor to my own experience. So, the other part I want you to know is that when it came time to bless Tea Village on Friday, that and I looked around, and I think there was about 200 that first afternoon, and every color was there, every color. And Orville took out the sacred pipe that's been handed down to his family, the White Buffalo Castle, and I think that was one of my most favorite ceremonies, because I wasn't as busy, you know, facilitating, and I was really proud that without Lee and Robert and Ray and a lot of the Sacred Life people that were up picking up teepees that morning, because there was, I guess, somebody's doing some miscommunication. But how interesting that Teepee Village was put up primarily by the white people, you know, and the Indians. And at one point, there was a man, was it from Afghanistan, that came to help put in the roots, and another black man that was tall enough to reach up to the top and lace it. Isn't that great? I mean, the ritual of that alone, I think, Spirit is so good to make everything happen that way. But on Sunday morning, it was the morning when Leon would lead the planting the tree of peace. And the tree of peace part, as there are pipe carriers for Lakota and the blue corn for the Hopi, the tree of peace is very symbolic of the Six Nation and the Iroquois Mohawk. And Jake Swamp, who planted it in November when we did the Cry of the Earth conference, did not make it to this event. So Leon would preside over that ceremony. And when we went to there, it was a drizzly cold morning, and remember, he's still healing. And the doctor was successful, and it still takes a little time. And we had a blanket around, and we said, Jacqueline, make sure the tree is in the hole, the dirt's ready to go on, and the people are surrounded, and then the dirt will go immediately on the roots, and then he will tell the story. And the story is that, and I will condense it for you, but the story is that at one time they were very warring people, and that a peacemaker came, and the peacemaker was from a virgin birth. Begin to sound familiar? And the peacemaker came and wanted to see the most fierce of the warriors and to put peace in his heart so he could lead in that way. And he found, and the story goes on about this in Hiawatha, and it's an interesting story, but in this fierce warrior who also, you know, they would slaughter, kill, and eat people at that time in the existence of early indigenous people. And when the peacemaker came, and he found him, and he had snakes all tangled up in his hair, and he began to untangle the snakes as he taught him of peace, and he taught him of love, and he taught him of the Creator and the way it will be in this world. Way back, hundreds of years ago. And so Tahadaho means one who is fierce, but one who had had snakes tangled but is now a peacemaker. That is what Tahadaho means, which is Leon's title for all of his days. And when that was successful, the peacemaker then said, bring me all of your weapons, all your tomahawk, bring it. And they were to bring it to her, and she told, that person said, put this at the base of the tree. You'll place it here, and you'll bury a tree over this, and gave him back tobacco. and said, this will be your new power. And from that day until now, the same seeds of those tobacco, the pureness of that plant, they grow themselves and still carry for its power. You know, just like the Hopis still have their seeds, and that is what they plant their cornmeal with, so that the power stays there for them. You see? So he told this beautiful story, and he was cold, and when we got there and the dirt was out, and he said, ask for the shovels. Where are the shovels? And they said, we don't have any shovels. And Zarathustra just take it full circle, and I knew instantly what it is. And I said, all right, everyone, you know. They didn't have shovels when the first tree was, and they don't now. So each one of us will take, and I reached down and said, we'll take a hand of the Mother Earth, and with your blessing you lay it on the roots of the tree. And really then have audiences the roots of this tree, the planet, the middle, you know, of this decade, at the very turning point. And it was perfect. And I laid the first, and people started coming. I went and stood next to Leon, and he whispered, this is going to take so long. And people started doing this quicker as some of the other elders, Orville and Harry Snyder and Grace Smith of Dene, an incredible woman. The woman I told you about last year that I met, she is an elder and of the Dene, which is also Navajo. And she's the one who went to Geneva last year, to the United Nations, on behalf of the issues of her people and all indigenous people, and lived on bread and water for 2 weeks to carry her message. Please, sweet lady. And Gracie did a blessing on the tree, and then went over and did a blessing all over Leon. And to stand next to me and watch this brought tears to myself, and I'm sure to many of us who were privileged to watch. And Samantha. And then Mazat Galindo, who is from South America, and he is a drummer flutist with Red Thunder. Mazat is in traditional clothes and with an ancient flute came and played it all around Leon, to all his life points and down to each one of his feet. And another person came and handed him a flower, and another person took tobacco and put it on each one of his shoes and sprinkled it over his shoulders. And it was such an honor for all of us to watch this man being honored. For Spirit knows how many of the ceremonies we will do are shared in the number. And we were so privileged to be there. And the elders in Leon were always, as I promised his wife, I won't let him out of my sight, and if I do, I will have one of my friends be with him, which always was, which meant he was always surrounded with a white woman. None of the elders of the traditional women had an issue with that, but some of the younger ones did. And that got out, you know, and it's funny because they don't know that I had a promise with his wife. They don't know. But they don't, if they want to know, they can pray and find out these things, you know. So prejudice had its way there, in little ways that didn't come my ears, you know, until after the event. And I sent these people love, and I did not let it disturb the joy of what happened. But when later I talked to Leon, and Selma's his wife, and I said, oh, well, I sent your boy back to you, and did you notice his lungs were better? He says, everything was better. I'm sending him off with you girls more often, you know. And I said to Leon, you know, Papa, there were some that didn't approve. He said, then they need to grow. It's real clear. And I share that with you. And of course, some of us thought, well, we have an idea that next year we'll make sure that we have some white male waves for the grandmothers. Put it out a little bit. But Gracie Smith, and all of her wisdom, said something that she said next year when the circle begins. She says, I intend to stand forward and say, this is mending the hoop. And she says, and I intend to describe in more detail the work and the effort and devotion and dedication of those who are not read. And actually they are answering the prayers that we have been holding in our families. And that if anybody has a problem, an issue, or of that doesn't want to heal it, then to step out of the group. But don't stand and hope and do that. So that's a pretty gracious lady. And social experiences, they were all very wonderful, very magical. And in Hands Around the Capitals, we in that morning, and that was the morning of Saturday morning, and the blessings came, and the pipe ceremony stood in a circle, and the pipe was carried to each person, and said, smoking with one hand. Which means one person walks first with all the smudge in an abalone shell, and fans each person, and lets them take in the smoke, and then the pipe follows, and each person takes that they wish to. They were introducing that morning, and Shannon Frankmont, who formed the circle, is her group, small group, and she had the vision of last year, how it started, and then Betsy and I joined vision of her in our organization. And Sharon is a lady who never spoke about herself last year, and I told her, you will this year if I have to throw you and put you in front of the mic and say, what'd you say? And so when the time came to introduce Sharon, and she was so nervous she forgot to really say anything about Betsy and I in that moment. And Betsy and I were okay. I saw, I think, about half of Sacred Life not fall open, but everybody understood that and we were acknowledged later. But I thought, all right, angels fly. Where are you? You know. Well, what's really funny is about half an hour later, it seems to begin the procession to the Capitol, and always the pipe and the drum follow the eagle. You know, there's an eagle at the very top of the Capitol, and there's an eagle there from the Iroquois added base. And the Algonquin chief, Lynn Commander's helper, came over and passed me tobacco, and I said, "This is for?" He said, "I am leading with the Eagle staff, and this is to pass you tobacco to ask you, it will be the woman that will lead the Eagle staff." For the women, part of the village, and for the white culture. And I thought, okay! And so we marched there and formed a circle around the Capitol and linked, spaces apart from each other. And each and every person that I went to and talking about sending a blessing to the eagle, and then visualized that the eagle and the message of God is carried to the minds and the hearts of the decision makers there. And every person around that Capitol did that. And there were people when I went by to shake their hands said, "I drove all the way from Chicago, I drove from Florida, I drove from there, I drove from there." And I said, "Have you been here all weekend?" "No, I can't because I had to work Friday, I had to work Monday, but I came for this." You got something? I mean, we got it made. Anyway, the National Geographic this month has a great article on buffalo. It's on the cover of it. It's an important article to look at as buffalo come back, because they talk about little things that the hoof of the buffalo aerates the earth, where maybe the calories packs it down. And so the prairies are returning where they have been and are healthier, which means certain roots and certain shrubs are coming back, which means certain insects are coming back, and certain berries come back. And they talk about how where there is a water hole, our cattle will all swarm to it, but buffalo will go, and when one finishes leaving, the next will come in. So that there is an understanding that seems to be innately in this particular creature that holds an understanding of balance between all things. Ironically, the sacred animal of the indigenous people, and why when they eat it, it's interesting because you have the point of view of vegetarian, but you have the point of view that earth people consume in a sacred way what holds its knowledge back. So they take the buffalo into them, you see. And there's a lot of wisdom here that are laced in things that we've been taught in the last couple of years, so I recommend that. and a meditation for each day of the year, and its proceeds go to world hunger. And in it says from Buddha to the Beatles, and they have people, Emerson and Schweitzer, and people that I have long admired in my life. And my buddy Ken has two in here. For me to find that Susan Jack, who looks after so many things, I think in my soul, that I'm beginning to learn in my experience with Sacred Life, that said, would you like to submit some prayers? And I thought, yeah, and she kept at me about it, so that I did. And to find mine and share a page on the inside with Cahill Gibran is a gift. So, not because my two prayers are here, but because I think the woman who had the vision to do such a thing and make sure that people are clothing it as a result of this is good. So this is a wonderful book, and we will be having those asked for Christmas gifts and things like that, and I want to tell you about that. I'm going to pass out these paper. If anybody has a pencil for yourself, Dee would like you to be thinking as we talk about the class today on love and sexuality and spirituality, that there will be thoughts that will come to you that you're going to want to remember. I want this in my relationship. I want this differently about how I see certain things. And he says, and put it where you will see it, because you will be able to say, I've achieved all of that before this year is fulfilled. And the year that is coming is fulfilled. But he doesn't want to limit you to that. It can be sooner than that. As I was posting up, I wanted to share this little neat thing that someone brought to the mountains of Colorado when we were doing our retreat there. And it's self-explanatory. You focus on these little black dots, and then you close your eyes, and Jesus' image comes in your eyes. This is a wonderful thing. So I send you this around, so if you focus and think for about 32 seconds, and close your eyes and just wait, and you'll see him. And it's good to do. But when I was packing up my clipboard of all the things I wanted to share with you, Martha, and there is no accident, but accidentally on purpose, I had this up by the file cabinet because it's something that I laughed about, and there were two thoughts I wanted to. And I thought, well, I'll share it to you. And one of them was, seeing this comedian, Dennis Miller, one night on television, snuggle on the sofa with Brandon because it's too big for me to bring him to snuggle with him all night. So TV is a good place to snuggle with your 14-year-old son these days. And Dennis Miller, as a comedian, was saying that they did this poll of people, and they found that when they polled the people, 15% said if they were impressed that they would share this with a family member. And the others, 85%, said if there wasn't family members, they'd never be depressed. I thought that was so cute.
Great.
It was funny. I also want to tell you this about the stars, so I don't forget, and that is one of the things that Harry Charger shared with some of the people about stars and our star relatives is that in the Big Dipper, when you look at the Big Dipper and you notice there's the dipper and the handle. When there is the 8 stars, what they called it, it's start in the very center of what the dipper part would be. It's not always there, because when it's there, it is a wormhole. It is a gateway, and there's more activity at that time coming and going. And I was talking to Billy, who was part of our team, and he was just, wasn't that interesting? I forgot, but I got to remember to write this down about the wormhole. He's from ThunderClan, and Harry Charger is. And so in his people, this knowledge is passed down, and he was sharing that with them. And I don't know, maybe I was listening to not him at the time, but I wanted to pass that to you. So when you're looking at the stars, you look for that that's inside, and they call it the 8th star, and it's a wormhole and a gateway. And I said, sister, is it? Mm-hmm. So I pass that to you. Okay. A lot of times when there is a class on a topic that has a lot of multi-dimensional meanings. There are times the class is taught and people are with it, and then we go off and thoughts come to us, questions that many times I get them presented to me, but on this occasion he said he wants the people to come back and have much deeper, just conversation with him. It's a privilege to do when he teaches, and there's something else that happens when Zarathustra just sits to talk and about the questions of what he's just taught. There's a deepening of understanding. There's the question of how it might pertain to you personally, and after we sit and add our human element to it, that bring to a whole new level for discussion. That often adds to the profoundness of the message, and that's why after dinner, when some of us sit around and talk about such things, he said he wants everybody to come, and he will be present again to sit with you and talk of these things, and it allows you to sit longer with what he is saying. When you break at dinner time, and it's good to go off and talk about things that are said, but you are also asked to have at least 5 minutes of silence when this class is over before, so that some things can really settle in, and you have your paper to write down things for you before you go off to talk and share the information, then take another 5 minutes when we come back. On this topic. It's a beautiful topic to talk about love and relationships and sexuality and spirituality. The sacredness of relationships. It can be awkward because many of us have started the path long before certain knowledge came to us and are now with those mates. And many of us have changed partners in the result of this path, and some are looking at that possibility, and some are looking at new unions. And so this class is to address all of that. There isn't a question that's too small and hopefully not too private. And so as we begin the class, this is unusual because Zarathustra's never asked us to be before. But at this point, if all of the women will form an inner circle, we are doing a women's class for the first, I will do the first half part of the women's class, and then in a minute to listen. There's a day to teach the women and talk about certain issues that are intimate and private that the men need to hear. And then to address this with the men, the women need to hear, because collectively we're integrating it through our joint minds, and it's already then served up to the collective, already integrated. And it will also bring together questions that will further and deepen your time with Zarathustra. So if you would be gracious enough to comply, and women come forward and also on the floor. And the men come to the outer circle and fill up any, there's room on the floor to come in and be intimate. But it's in, those of you who are sitting in chairs, if you put your knees in a certain way, those who sit on the floor can lean against you, and they'll be comfortable too.
Hello.
Samantha.
for break. We're supposed to be quiet and outside and actually have time to talk about the video, and also that the training is all done. We need to remind people that there's going to be a flyer going out for that. So video, different training, book. If they can take order forms for that too.
Yes. You know, while everybody's rearranging themselves, can you take a second?
Sure.
I just want to say something that, you know, just come in many ways, and well over a decade ago in my life, and Pat and I first met. Many people know about Pat and I meeting a long time ago with Adele, and becoming brother and sister at that time. And what we shared was really a devotion to God, and what we've both grown to share is a devotion in our service to people. It's been an incredible blessing to have this holy man and brother of mine, and rascal that he is, certainly fall in love with my spirit sister.
Who?
We call them Beauty and the Priest, you know, like Beauty and the Beast. But he's too good looking to be the Beast, though. But Pat, in his transition of taking the parish of Catholicism to the parish of the world, and he's so been trained for that. And in that transition, all the things of writing his book, which I tell you is a magical thing to read, and that I'm sure will be published next year. But he also is committed to in Sacred Pathways, which is his counseling and his healing practice, and which is also, I don't know where your brochures are, Patrick, as he's looking out for Sacred Life. But in all that he does, he is also committed to being a regional director for Sacred Life, and to bring all that wisdom of parishes and running and caring for people and charity and running the all those kinds of things. Already he done so many little things since I've been here, I think. Thanks, Judy, for sharing him, you know. So I want to let everybody know that, because there was an announcement that went out on ZNet, which is the computer network that everybody communicates to in cyberspace. But in this realm, I want to tell you what a blessing, and acknowledge Pat for this.
And now it's my turn to plug her.
No.
That's what I'm up here for. That'd probably be better now. Just to let you know, we're going to have some sign-up sheets for that Grateful Heart book. If you want to place an order for that, we'll get the price on that, and then we'll get it to mail out to you, because she's talking about gifts. I thought that's where she's going. These make great Christmas gifts.
Yeah, oh yeah, I forget these things. And any questions you need, you now, after a couple weeks, call Pat at the office.
Okay. And also the videos, there are about 6 videos left out there, although we have some more in the car, just remembered.
Where are they?
They're in the trunk, yeah. There are videos out there. They're $24.95. It's a 90-minute video on Sacred Life Association and how we're trying to branch out and help heal the global, the global.
We have excerpts from the Cry of the Earth conference. We have a lot of things in there.
Valerie Hunt's on there. Thomas and Yanka.
Samantha Curry. Anybody knows her?
And so it's a great video. You can, if we don't have enough now, or if you want to get them later on for Christmas gifts, we'll send them to you. Also, just to let you know, it's really important that you sign up on the address list, the mailing list here, because we have an announcement that's going to come out within the next month or the next few weeks, hopefully, about a new part of Sacred Life, or an expanding part of Sacred Life, which is just distribution of food and clothing to the people who are very much in need. And last year they sent, or this year, several months ago, they sent a shipment of food and clothing to the people in Pine Ridge, the Lakota people, because they're very much in poverty. And Deborah Crane, who's living up in Seattle, is going to be in charge of food and distribution, and Sarah is going to be in charge of it down here, and we're going to work on eventually boxing, perishables, canned food, warm clothing, blankets, anything from babies' clothes to elders' clothes, and we're going to get them somewhere so that Sarah can help in getting them to the place of distribution. I think in December, the first week in December, they're going to go and distribute all of this to the people. Deborah Crane has said that people actually freeze to death up there. And so it'd be really great if we as Sacred Life can get that to them. So it's very important that you sign up on the mailing list, that we have your address, so I can get a notice out to you regarding this food and distribution. Okay? My book isn't for sale yet, so I'm not going to sell. You can take a
Okay, the tape's going. We'll take this moment, because we haven't done that yet, to do our group prayer. And at the end of the prayer, there's always a moment of silence for you to add to your own communion that might not be in the words that I might speak, but is certainly something we all benefit from as we are sitting here sharing one mind. Because when you're close like this and you come together in purpose and intent with the same goal, do you know that the perimeter that creates my mind from your mind and my mind from God's mind, which is a matter of perception, is no more? And so to have a silent moment where you say your silent prayer is also within my field, so it's good to do. I want to say that this lovely woman here, Lois, I have only had the opportunity and pleasure to meet once. I have heard of her for many years from my friends who have been on the path a long time. When you're privileged to do the service and the type of life's play that I do and many of us do, what has afforded us this is those who blazed a trail when it wasn't as easy, when it wasn't as acceptable, when it was far more controversial and judgments were rampant about it. But those people like you that held that place and gave and continued to serve, so we can come along and have the joy of serving in an easier way because of people like you and Adele and others. And so I understand that when she came to see Zarathustra, he said that she should sit to his right. And when I asked him why, he said because she makes it possible that he is even sitting here. Isn't that pretty? Yeah, I know. So I honor you, and I thank you for your life's work so we can do ours.
Thank you so much.
Samantha.
Lois was a teacher for 17 years. To bring about my own excellence. And one of the things that I used to say to myself lightly as I wanted to apply it to people, you were consistent. Wow. No matter what was going on, she was that one teacher that would stand and center everybody because of her consistent, pure love.
Thank you, Malcolm, for bringing her.
It's an honor to be here. Believe me. All shiny faces. They all get so beautiful.
Thank you. Well, what a time to do our prayer. We come together in prayer to the source of all life and light that which pulsates in our bodies and gives us existence and purpose. May the beauty and the love, the guidance, the wisdom and the healing that is God flow through us, be within us, bring us to heights within our awareness that our deeds, our words, our thoughts enhance God awareness among humanity for the good of all relations. Amen. he says in this moment to remember to give thanks and to acknowledge the angelic realm and its presence and its role in bridging heaven and earth. Because the more that it does, the more the angelic vibration that is with all of us, that is part also of the existence of being a spirit being, as well as a human being, means that angelic deeds and actions come easier for us as we participate in fulfilling prayers, as we're positioned to answer prayers. So there's the angelic spirit realm, and then there's the angelic human realm that we are evoking more and more. And when you acknowledge that, when you do these things, that in the act of service, I've learned something very important that we're all experiencing, and will experience a lot more throughout this decade and the coming times, is that when you are in service, when you do for somebody, that feeling that you get back makes you closer in emotional connection to godliness. It's a godly deed, it's a godly feeling, it's an angelic feeling. When you do that, you feel a sense, and it's a vibration that's higher. And when you do that to suffer, you don't do that. It doesn't come up. It's imbalanced. But when you do that out of the joy, and it feels right, and everything is in balance and harmony, you are understanding the principle about the hoop, the loop of life, the circular, the alpha and the omega, the continuum. And when we do and help somebody, and it's honored ourselves in the process, we are living a prayer that becomes a new norm eventually for humanity. And in that new norm, in the transmutation of humanity, that frequency rising becomes our new norm. And in that frequency rising, our ability to interact heavenly and earthly simultaneous is with greater ease and grace. So whenever, don't slough away too much when you do something. Somebody says, oh, thank you, and you go, I remember I used to not want anybody to, I feel shy. Somebody tells me how incredible Zarathustra is. And Zarathustra used to come right behind me and say, step into it. That was so hard to do, but I couldn't step back. I mean, when he decides to put a force field, believe me, you kind of move forward like this. And the longer I did that, not because he wanted me to feel a sense of privilege, he wanted me to feel a sense of what they were really saying. He said, feel what they're saying. And then I felt something, and he said, that's what I feel. Him. You see what I'm saying? That's what he feels. And with that feeling, once you get through the first embarrassment, do you know what follows it? An incredible humbleness. It just brings you to your knees, but takes you and exalts you at the same time. It's an incredible feeling. I'm sure some of you have had it from time to time. What I'm saying to you is sustain it and be with it. As we are transmuting, the many understandings, the words that are called paradigms in business and new ways of doing healing and alternative medicines and alternative schooling and art and all the things that we talk about, the core of our own sexuality, the core of our own understanding of sexuality and relationships is at the peak and at the point and at the center of it. And so often as paradigm shifts occur, even the word is a very sophisticated and intellectual word, and a very valuable thing, because the intellect is a very important part of spiritual evolution, because we are not just spirit beings, we are human beings. It is an intelligent universe out there, and we are intelligent beings. Twill taught us the combination of profound love and intelligence. And so the intellect has a very important role, because the more the intellect has also knowledge, then the intellect which has doubt and fear and all of those concerns, if it is fed the knowledge to understand what the spirit is doing, then it will change doubt to faith and trust, you see? And that our intellect isn't doing mind chatter that is opposite from our intent, but our intellect will absolutely pull some information to bring us back into what our spirit is trying to ultimately do. So they are compatible and they belong together. So in order for the spirit to have its freedom and not have this struggle between the intellect and the spirit, a lot has been taught on behalf of the intellect as well as the spirit throughout Zarathustra's teaching. And so today we're going to focus a lot on the emotions of sexuality, the act of copulation, of sex, the experience of where are you going when you have your orgasmic experience, and what do you know of yourself as a woman if the earth is a mother that gives life, and if in the principles that create this universe and all universes is male and female, then pendulums would be swinging in ideas and understandings of that struggle between men and women. We are not men. I'm talking to the women, he's telling me now, don't talk to men. This is... yeah. There was a time that we were taught that the first thing you need to do as a woman is get a man. And if that meant that you were more interested in him, even if you weren't, but you had let him think so, and you became secondary in your own position of life, you did that because you would have then security. Security that you would be housed and fed, and that you would have a man. And somehow that was to give us strength for a world that was indeed male-dominated. And so this perpetuated for many, many centuries, and we have it very much ingrained, both in cellular memory and in this lifetime memory. Many times we're taught that the sexuality will bring them to the altar of marriage. And play it well, ladies. To play it subtle. And so as we've learned the strategies of the mind to do this, we've also learned the shutting down of our spirit, our grace, certain dignities, and we never ever really understood the sacredness of our bodies. And so in the process of this, the first thing that came to mind in a movement of women's movement was to gain the strength back. And so a lot of women became very strong, cut off their hair, burned their bras, and thrashed men. And in that movement, which was very extreme, into the opposite direction, gained some leverage that had been lost, even if they had to play hardball with the boys. And many of them did. In learning how to be successful at that, gained respect in a platform by which these women could speak and talk to us about things of equality, equal pay, things that had to do with the base survival need of women as mothers. And during this, it threw also confusion into minds of men. Some decided to hold strong to the role, and some, feeling the guilt of this, acquiesced certain levels of masculinity and leadership and resented it, by the way. Some of that resentment is carried in some of the men that we love or have loved. In the understanding of true womanness, we carry an intuitiveness, because we carry a different way of reproduction. A man's way to reproduce is to release something within us, and we carry it. There's privileges and responsibilities with that. But it also doesn't just birth a child. It carries with it, if you never give birth, that which supports a knowledge about what is needed to sustain life in balance. Men know how to protect us. They truly do. But not if we are afraid that to protect us means we are weak. It's different. There is something returning in the balance of an understanding goddessness and mysticism and leadership as women, and to truly understand the role of femininity. Not the femininity that is in place to allure, but the one that makes you happy, that makes you feel you are expressing that which you see of yourself. It makes you feel beauteous. It makes you feel comfortable. You can move in your garments. Or you put on the lace because it does something about the little girl in you, or the sensuous woman in you, your goddess. And if a man never sees it, wear it. Put it on and look at it. Don't wait for scented oils only to put on your body if a man's going to smell you. You do it for you. Because it will heighten ways that you feel your own seductiveness. And it will assist you to become enchanted with you. We've never been taught that. You. Be aware of you. When wind moves through your hair, be intimate with that movement yourself. When somebody delights you and you hear laughter come from your own throat, listen to it. For the sake of what it brings to you. When you do and become comfortable with your own touch, you won't be so starved for a man's. And make your selections with greater dignity and respect. And when he touches you, he will touch something more than your body. So you're always to look into the eyes to find out if one is capable of seducing your soul and arousing your spirit, as well as your sacred parts of your body that attune you to places outside of you. For truly, when we come to that place that you feel your womanness, you really are no longer a woman at the heightened point of your own orgasm, because you are in your spirit and you are beyond your body. You don't even feel your body at that time. You feel energy and you feel God, and you feel something that has to do with creation. Something. And we're a part of that. Something. For those who are already in relationships, before you've contemplated some of the things that today will bring forward, as we go through our own transformations as women, we have to have faith that beyond the physical of the man that loves us or fell in love with us, there is his spirit and his soul also. And there's something very contagious about truth when you have the courage and the sensitivity, not the courage, but the courage and the sensitivity and the gentleness of how to speak a truth to a man. Because truth that is just taught as a truth with courage scares them, and you need to know that. And it makes them uncertain, and it makes them feel lesser. So to learn how to be strong, to know what you know, and to speak a truth to a man, you need to know how to project out a nurture that allows them to take it in. And even if it is a truth that says, I'm different than when I first fell in love with you and when you first fell in love with me. And I think and sense that it's scaring you in places. And I don't want to find common bantering so that we can drift apart, so I can begin anew until I'm sure that there isn't a place that we still belong. And because we don't want to come back in time, space, and other to resolve what we already know is unresolved with the people that we have been with, loved, and made with, then to speak these now frees our soul, frees theirs, and at any moment we decide to leave our forms and return to Source. In the time and the moment that we review our lives and our relationships, those that we've received energy from and those we've given in a sexual way, we will know all the wisdoms before we did these things, after we've done these things, and we've been able to hold a genuine understanding of its purpose, how it taught us and gave us growth, and therefore we do not have an entanglement that we do not wish, and we have not left bruises upon the soul of another because we were embarrassed or it was awkward to say certain things. Find a way to say them and express them, and to give freedom to that. And many of them are children. There is one another way. Long ago I spoke of teaching teachers. Can I bless this man? Not sleep with him, but bless this man. Really, a lot of things come up for you, that bring you to another place. Yes, I'm going forward with this. On the topic of birth control, I was taught that if I did this thing, it would never be an issue in my life, because I evoke an understanding in the sexual act that most people don't. Do you understand? We go and approach our prayer in a way, and people think if you approach sexuality in that way, oh, it's going to be real boring. Like, making love with a priest or something.
It's not boring.
I'm sure. That's a sister joke. But Z says, proceed as if the men aren't listening, because I was starting to pull back certain information. He's saying, no, you have to teach this like the men aren't here. And I would have said that if the men weren't here, because we would have, yeah, we know. But in the understanding of this, there's an idea that says, well, that sure takes a romance right out of it, and the passion out of it. Timing's everything, but the idea is that it's in our minds beforehand, and something happens that when you equate or bring into that experience what you would bring into your going to your altar, or what you would take into prayer, or we walk into a beautiful cathedral sometimes in a different way than we lay into our own beds. Now, some think, well, that would take something away. It does take something away. What it takes away is the thing that you're doing something wrong that a lot of people get off on. That is not passion. That is not sexuality. That's fear disguised itself that gets your heart pumping, and that is not the same kind of an experience in a rush that we are still to know in this lifetime as women. So when you take that out of that, and you are truly coming from a goddess place and a full womanness place, something else happens. There's a new kind of freedom, and there's other energies that take its place that send you higher and further. And when you come back afterwards, you still really understand not only your own spirituality, you really understand oneness, and you have a new power. Now, we're not asking for volunteers, but in that understanding that if you hold into your mind ahead of time, could I bless him? When you bring that into, something evokes within the natural. Remember, your eggs are part of your consciousness. And when you are holding that consciousness, it responds. There is no accidental pregnancy. There's nothing like that. There is healthier organs. Women who are having in incredible percentages DNCs, what are they scraping out? Perhaps something that they couldn't integrate. And if they didn't integrate it because it was blocked there, there's a responsibility to that. It's a responsibility to be enacting this in a way that we, I don't know all the other women on this planet, but I know Spirit's teaching in lots of places. Here it's teaching with us. And so in our pocket that expresses outwardly to the collective consciousness of humanity, as well as womanhood consciousness, as we do this, we are the antidote of the past. All the past that we have been women or men, but all that is up there that we are cleaning up because of what we are holding now, and take that time to do that. And what Z says is, in an act of sexuality, when you come to it from this pure way, nothing is decadent. There is no word like this anymore. And freedom is. And you can trust in that moment any way you choose to express. This puts an integration to spirituality and sexuality and relationships. And the thought of the romancing and the touching of spirit and souls, something new is happening at this time on the planet about this. And we cannot just evolve our governments and not understand and evolve relationships. And in this understanding, like we have dolphins and whales that have pods, and we have whales that are monogamous, and we have people making choices here. And we have people choosing to be with the same gender. And as long as there is a love and a dignity of spirit and soul, it's beautiful. In any way. More opportunities for us to see what all of this looks like is coming. And in this Z would like me to talk about the topic of incest for a moment, because it seems to have been very prevalent in this decade as we heal what has been quietly under the surface, and it comes to the surface for healing. Because there is cellular memory, there's spirit memory, and we're all part of a collective consciousness. There are times that you may hear and be exposed to many, whether it's talk shows, newspapers, books, on the incest, the sexual abuse. There are people responding to that through memory that is not this lifetime, and you need to know that. There are people that are associating because it had happened to them, and yet this lifetime they remember and they bring it forward because there's a place for it to happen now. And it causes havoc in the lives of those who are now in their family units. as well, that memory that you may feel you have had, you need to know something. There are places and cultures in this world where it is part of their cultural belief that the father will take the virginity of the woman. Do you know that? And so if in another lifetime you lived in that part of the world and you've incarnated here and you have a memory of that, maybe you weren't abused. But as you remember in this cultural incarnation, it can seem that way. So this is information that needs to be deposited into your knowledge bank to give balance to the things that, come through this river of thought that we could tap into in a vulnerable moment and over-associate them. And I say this to you because I know that you are teachers as well. And I know that you're going to hear stories of family, relatives, and friends more as all this stuff needs to get healed. And now you have this information to pass on and to help heal. The rest on, is there any questions anyone would like to ask me? We're right on time. Zarathustra is coming back, and remember, before dinner break, and so he's going to talk to the women and the men. But in this moment, if we can, quietly just change place now. Does no one want to sit on the floor? Those of you that are the women that are way far back, try and come closer, because the point of this is that we are listening to each other's. Because of questions I think that Z's going to want you to cross-ask. And I will give you a fair hint. I think he may be calling on people to answer another person's experience. So that's why he wants you to participate and listen. Oftentimes, in the journey of men on the spiritual path and before the spiritual path, you have been warriors, you have been protectors. Without you, life could not have ever gotten a foothold on this planet. Ever. It needed what is carried uniquely in manhood. There had to be the men who could relate to the survival of the jungle, of the beast, who were also seeking the food and the shelter for their species. And at the most primitive, early beginnings of humanity, it was your role. To carry this meant at some place, at times, to jeopardize a part of you that could be sensitive but did not have that luxury, because survival of your species counted on you. So you were called upon to be a man that was both man and beast in early time. And in what would have been a rough exterior, there needed at times to have courage and the willingness that many remember to this day as warriorship, that is called sacrifice. Because there was something innately in man that understood that if you risked your life but brought back food to the woman who carried life, you're furthering of this species. And you knew that. You were to know that. We did not intermingle our knowledge at that time. There is an intuitiveness that's never taught about in regard to man. As we talk about the intuitive of the female that carries life, there is, because you have been integrated with the wild, with the elementals, the earth, the way of the terrain, and knowing animals, so you could have the intuitive sense where to find the food, where to go, and how to interact when you were a man and something else was to be your kill. You had to be able in some place to gauge yourself. That meant you had an ability to become that beast in a way the women didn't. And to merge with something of the wild. To be part of the wild. So you could be in the wild. Do what you needed to do to take care of your peoples. That's an incredible gift. You are asked to be this way again. Because as we return to ways to live in harmony and in balance with this earth, with rain, with the terrain, and with the beast, that's part of your role. You know this better than I do, better than women do. We can teach each other things, and when we lay with each other, we exchange information. We've evolved to know that in spirituality, if we look at energy, we can learn lessons quicker than if we look at personalities. So in the energy exchange between men and women, we exchange energy when we come together sexually, and you release knowledge and you receive knowledge from the woman. And that gives us balance. And without that balance, we are not whole and complete in the fulfillment of the dance of male and female. In the warring factor that stalked territories between you and the beast for your peoples became between you and other men. And what came to be was a strategy that justified the killings of other men for leverage and power to sustain your people, because they were your people, not God's people, not all people. We were all one then in our understanding. And so all of this has had its place in time until we are now. It still plays its way out in many ways with briefcases and three-piece suits on Wall Street. And it's still your people, my people. Your commodity, my commodity. Your boundary, my boundary. My machinery, your weapons. And leverage is still strong in negotiating a place where we are peaceful. But when you enter into your spiritual understanding, the godliness of you all knows how to do that and to bring that into that consciousness in a way that is created for it now and will call out to you in many ways in these coming times. If you have a profound thought, write it down and send it to where you think it needs to go. But don't let them just sit and be housed in you. The world is changing, and it will have the balance of the male and female, but it is still
a lot of male energy. So you, who have evolved that to the balance and the gentleness of your spirit and the beauty of the love of the gods that you are, but also understand the way of the jungle, have something to teach other men still in those rules. And if you want to do that, the first step is acknowledging it to yourself, speaking it out on the wind, letting it be very known to the Creator, your willingness to serve, and then having the faith that you'll be positioned to do that, and when the opportunity is there, let conviction take the place of doubt, so you're strong. In the early beginnings of dominancy, a lot was misunderstood about your own sexuality, and what could be to claim a woman is to lay with her sexually and leave with her your energy and to move on. And of course, this may not be your individual path this life, but you have had it in your memory. I do carry it. It carries a lot of misunderstandings about this, because you may have been needing to inflate an ego that you didn't ask for, that has been evolved through time, and also that was projected to you by women. And so you service back in the same game that we began also. So there is no guilt and unleverage in the accountability and the responsibilities. But what is important is that you are not without the damage upon your souls and therefore in your bodies from this as well. Whether it's the enormous rate of prostate cancer, lower back problems, these situations that trouble men a great deal. The reason it often comes to them in the latter part of their years is because as they are becoming more open spiritually, less driven in fearful ways, they reflect back and they don't feel good sometimes about early contact. And if you are carrying that, you need to leave it in this session today with Zarathustra and let it go. You've been a man, you are a man, and it is what you do from here forward. And heal that. Otherwise, the residue of guilt will sit in your sacks and they will create for you illness. So if you bless that, and if you have and are holding in your mind any woman that you ever felt that you held a disrespect with, either in your attitude or with your loins, then you can take a meditation and you can send them an apology. It will be received by her mind field, and you've done an act of dignity. And that goes out to the collective consciousness in the male world, in the male body of thought, and put your antidotes into that. If you feel you have been abused by a woman who sought you out because you may have had money, or you had the car, or the body, or the notoriety, or you could make her a secure future and take care of her children, and you were sucked into the same game, it is now the time and the hour for humanity that you acknowledge it, and in inner space, the place of prayer and meditation, that you commune and you forgive both yourself for what you might think was stupid or being used, or you forgive them, and you do that private ceremony, that private ritual. Take the time. It might be 5 minutes, it may take you a few days, depending what it is for you. But light a candle and do your ceremony. What you will free up to be present in your present masculinity and maleness will make you high with energy and creativity. The message you pass on to your fellow brothers and to your sons, to your nephews, to your buddies is good. And when your time comes that you do your life review, you will hold a place of great pride, and you won't be drawn back to a lifetime of lesser and where you are in this moment because you need to act out some karmic debt with someone. Take care of it now. Well, we are all asked to do that in ways that we know how to do that. In the act of spiritual evolution for men, there's a quandary. What is masculinity anymore? What is macho? What is this? There are confusions and questions that are in the minds of many men that you can ask either for behalf of yourself or other men. Any question is not going to be naturally as you're asking for you, but something you might bring to the question and answer time with Zarathustra that you know exist in your buddies, and it's okay. Because we want to bring them out and bring them and serve them up to the collective consciousness for these times. But in the question of what is masculinity and in sexuality, oftentimes excitement for some men can only be reached if they think they're doing something that is wrong. And to interweave the topics that were discussed with the women of beauty and grace and holiness is sometimes hard to really, for some, through the pattern of men, and that has been passed down, that if you give that up, how do you still get it going, so to speak? And it's a misconception again about what power is and passion, and how you are aroused sexually. The days of the past when pornography would help you do that, and I'm speaking generally, is when the act of sexuality, group sex, acts of violence, bondage, these things came out of times of men with harems. These things come from long ago. And it can have some memory out there that gets activated. But when it's used to create sexual arousal, then something's happened that's been very detrimental and dangerous. Violence, to degrade, has interwoven into something that it was never meant to be. And they've come together. And so for thousands of years there's been rape and what's the other word? Pillage. Thank God I don't know it well. Rape and pillage. And those are held out there in male consciousness. They may not be your full responsibility, but you are someone that can help bring antidote to that. There's a lot of jokes about men and their brain mass as the commitment molecule that us women laugh about. But the truth is, and Zarathustra will teach about this, men are not afraid of commitment. They are afraid of being committing, and then not being useful, and not knowing where they would ever go if they are not wanted. And so there is often a holding back in a diversity game that is played, whether it's sports or business, or so that they can't wholly get lost in this woman or this relationship, because if they get lost, they won't know how to get out. And so there's a holding back. But there's also duality, because there's a desire for that woman to get lost in and never leave you. In a journey that men have taken to find their sensitive side again, their romantic side and their tender side, so that they know how to really touch and be touched by a woman who knows things that we're talking about. There, I don't think, is anyone in this room that doesn't want that deep experience, and have sought that without knowing that they did, and feel a certain quiet longing for it without often never finding words to express it. So we dance the dance and we live the relationships that are often too busy doing many things than what should take the full time of being man and woman together. That is an art, a practice, and a ceremony waiting to be had by all of us in its fullest way. Oftentimes in the evolution of men into their spirituality, it's hard to know how to be. If I'm too understanding and I'm too compassionate, then I will lose that ability to keep a strategy, because there's still this other world that hasn't fully become this world, so I have to be able to function in this world where all the other men aren't thinking this way, and if I get too sappy, I'm not going to be able to be out there and bump shoulders with them. And this is a big concern for a lot of men on how to do that. There are other tools to help you deal in business to compensate for that. It does not mean that you cannot carry strength as a sacred man. Doesn't mean you cannot be smart and shrewd, but it is to have and know that in the quietness of every other man sitting across the boardroom, they know truth that they've stuffed something so far inside of them that a respect happens when you dare to speak it and integrate it in what is called fair play and integrity. And it is your challenge to learn how to bring it in, and you don't have to lay all your cards on the table. You have to be sure of what you're doing. But share enough to inspire them to meet you in a higher place instead of you going to a place that you've already learned how to do well there. And that's a leverage that you can talk to Zarathustra of as well. Separately from that, it is, yeah, but once a woman gets me to be sensitive, then they walk all over you, tell you what to do, and you don't feel like a man. What is very interesting about women wanting sensitive men and wanting you to feel free that you can cry at the sunset with them and that you'll read them poems, they don't want that, a loss of your strength and your masculinity. They will take the masculinity back, and I can tell you, if we had a show of hands, more women wish that back. They can cry for sunsets with their girlfriends, you know, but it's what happened to the men. And a certain amount of that has been taken from them, from you. And so in giving that back, there's information for you to know. And that in our femininity as women, and wanting all of these things from you, and we'll get into a thing, there are some times you know that you need to hold a line. And being able to recognize when the woman is so out here in that way we can do, and will tell you 50 things when all they want is your strong arms around them. And will never tell you that. They'll tell you everything else but that. Women are going to learn to say that. And you're going to learn to do that, and you don't have to teach them anything. They'll get it when you do that. And it'll stabilize them, because you stabilize in a way that is really needed, more times than ever before. And so often in the spiritual unfoldment of men, they don't know what to do about their sexuality. They don't know what to really, do about that drive. And there's a belief that if you just lift it all up into the spirituality, it will further all this stuff. And what happens is the women want to know what happened to the men. And so I know that Zarathustra will talk about a re-exploring, not of the feminine, it's handled. It's really the re-exploring of the masculine and learning to bring in the dance with the feminine that women are returning to really celebrate. And so the warriorness is something you're still going to carry. And there's things that you, in your strategy and your ability to be tough, is still important to know and to do, and in ways that Zarathustra will teach about and are going to really start to unfold more. Because you see, we're going to start interfacing more and more with other civilizations. And you are the men of this human race. And there's some things that you're going to be receiving in dreams and in meditations that needs to be here, just as we as women are. And in that, you will help integrate certain levels of inner communication that will be needed to be integrated on a very human level. Asking for your space needs to be as simple for you to, I need my space for my own personhood. And if you say that, it's going to be simpler, because you need to know that when you get your space to turn on a sports, because you're really zoning out to be in your space, the women think you don't want to be with them. And that's an act of rejection. And all of these non-communications, these communications get into the way of when later on you want to come together sexually. Truly. In ancient times and in other cultures, this is incredible to have Zarathustra have me talk about, but he's, we all are in our learning. And in other cultures, long ago, where they had harems or men bought women, there was ingrained a hurriedness. Because first there was a desire to impregnate them, because that was acts of your possessions, you see. Your worldly goods were also where you could place your seeds and have children. And in that there was just a hurriedness to place the seeds. And it was the women who groomed each other's hair and bathed and oiled each other and prepared them for the man. But in the way that it is to be, it will be the man who will prepare his woman and vice versa. And we need to learn how to do that. As well, there were acts of, if you wanted to hurt your enemy, then you would copulate, you would lay your seed in his wife of another culture. And it was the ultimate violation. You've crossed greater boundaries than earth, land, and terrain. You have crossed the boundary of his culture and you've laid your seed there. And it was a great act of conquering in those times. And so to do that while your fellow warriors would look on, would give bravo to the deed. Thus, bondage and violence, as it's found its way into pornography and in back and quiet recesses of your minds. If you understand that, it will help you adjust and know that the excitement, the passion that will come to you as you prepare your woman or she prepares you, and vice versa. It will take long time. Maybe a quarter, halftime, who knows, of a football game. But you will be more rewarded. These are experiences waiting to be had by your soul. They are memories to be recorded by your spirit and in your cellular mass for these times for humanity, and you're asked to do that. You are not thought of by women. And there's a lot of jokes about women getting together and thrashing all the faults of men. And I can tell you that the majority of women get together and talk about the men they love and how to help them be how they perceive them ultimately to be. And that is a truth you need to know. Are there any questions? What Zarathustra would want us to think about now is as we are evolving as spiritual human beings and sensual sexual beings, much of the abilities of the psyche that we wish to evoke in our deeper spiritual connection, the gifts of the intuitive and the clairvoyant and the clairaudio, the things we seek that are really power, those are power, the power of spirit. They are godly powers, the God that can do things that we wish to be. We lose, waste, and spend a lot of energy on this other stuff that doesn't matter anymore, that needs to get freed up. And as we are seeking to understand and to communicate with whales and dolphins, to communicate with our native people, to communicate with our star people, the people from the inner earth, we have got to get it together how we communicate with each other, so that we have a unified, evolved race on schedule for these times. The fact that we are having this dialogue, that I could say these things, that you can hear these things, that you are holding the looks in your eyes that you have while I do, it has everything to do with all that we've done to prepare to these times. So when Zarathustra comes in this afternoon now, and then we come back later, in its most deepest sense, you're asked to overcome the shyness that I've had to do in these couple hours, and speak things that you want to know, or something you need to get rid of, or something the friend of yours may need to know. So your questions hold a profoundness, and they can also be a simple question. But sit and think of your questions for Zarathustra. You need to know something about this God. He will hold for infinity for us. We determine how quickly and what we are told. Do you know that? He will never tell more than we can hold, and that is determined not just how he reads our fields, but by our questions. And he cuts us a lot of slack when he answers questions we aren't asking. But to voice it in the ether is to give it a place to even be more understood by those who hear these recordings that are not privileged to be here. And who might be sitting next to you, and wanting to hear that. And so, by going to the process of formulating your question, you ignite cells. Cells are like receivers. They're like little receiver transmitters. And when you think about formulating, and then you get the courage to ask that question, you've gone through a process, you see, that now can hold the answer that will come in, and the more that he'll give you and store in our fields for such time that we will want to know that, or we're asked to meditate and pull that in. But where we have compromised not to have in our relationship, the touching that we need, the words that we need to exchange, we must put that in our relationships and allow ourselves to not do without that anymore. Yearnings in dialogues and touches, and to live your whole life and not know what it's like to oil down a woman is a pitiful thing. It's a privilege. You shouldn't be denying yourself, and vice versa. There is whether it's massaging, brushing the hair of a man. There's something about brushing the hair of your man. In the Lakota marriage that is traditional, the man sits and says a prayer and loads the pipe with a prayer for them. And the woman comes and sits and she combs his hair while he's loading this pipe. And afterwards flesh is given, from them. And then he puts meat in her mouth. It signifies he will feed her. And there is an exchange that has a touch and a symbolism to it. Now, I share this with you because there's organic information here. And when I say organic, it's raw, it's natural. And we get so refined and so far away from some things that are very organic. That is our medicine that we've taken away from ourselves. It has a lot to do when Zarathustra had us all go on a mountaintop and sleep under the stars and get dirty and wet. And everybody's wondering why it rained and all this stuff, and he's telling me people had to go into the night and seek shelter, and they don't know that it's over with in 4 days. They're suffering, or they're inconvenienced. And he's picked up dirt, I guess, and ate it, and said it's just the earth. It's rain. How far removed are you from these things, you species? And you want to know how to command the elements to you. To have rain when there's drought and to stop it. To know when the earth is going to move instinctually. To know these things, to have the elements command you, to listen to a rock and let it tell you something you want to know. And you're never going to know these things if you're always under a roof and keeping yourself so clean that we call it dirt instead of earth. It's earth on your hands and feet. But it's not dirt. Dirty, that gets weaving all the way back into sexual acts. We need to look at a lot of things and make what is pure and natural and raw and organic back into our humanness. So our humanness gets where it needs to be the rightful balance for this spiritualness. You see what I'm saying? So think about all of these things and be with it in a strong way when he comes to talk to us about these things. Thank you. 10-minute break.
Very concerned. It appears that something is about to do that which is often so horrifying to humanity, and that is called change. But it will elongate your life and increase your joy. Those who wish, come you forward. Come. This will do quite nicely. I love you very much. You are a good boy. Those of you who are still seemingly back, come again you forward. Golden one. When you receive what is called the energies, blessed be unto you, little Buddha. It is not only to God's glory that you are gathered, but to your own. You are courageous beings. There was a time that it was an outrageous thought to consider that that which is your world is round. You have made that journey and many more. You sit with an inner peace in knowing that you come from the stars and other places, and still you keep the dignity and integrity of humanness, and that is important. You've learned that God isn't making every choice of your day, but you do with God, and still you continue your path. You have accepted every illness wasn't random, but that you had something to do with this, and still you seem to know God. You have accepted that you are not a victim in anything, that you participate in your own reality, and still you are faithful and devoted to knowing God. Who are you? If not the gods within the God that you are becoming closer to, and to the source that gives all life, and the reason and the intelligence beyond all things. You are fulfilling the only great and truth ever emanated from God. Love one another. There will be peace on this planet among all mankind and all life. And surely goodness and mercy shall follow them throughout their days, and they will fear no evil, for there is none. One's faith is supreme. That's who you be. You come forth and you represent every experience ever had by humanity. It is not beyond the boundaries of this collective. There are others as well, but it is all represented here in order to be evolved and to be healed. You arrive on and in your purpose and in your prayers, and it is monitored in your daily lives. You are thinking always of this that is taught to you, and that you strive in deepening your connection to the realm that you have indeed journeyed from, called spirit, to evolve the human race with you, so that God will be supreme in it, in the hearts and minds of all, and life will flourish, and joy, magic, and miracles become your way. There are belief systems that have been taught to you since now I first come upon you, and that which is called the beliefs being the doorways by which you must indeed receive all that is that you want. And so it is. You who want such love and romance, security, dedication, support and devotion, companionship, In the earlier part of this your day, I ask my woman to teach as I have taught her, so that you are prepared now to dialogue with I. This is not to be that we dialogue and you leave and go about your task in the morrow and the days, and gradually it lifts off and has the influence that is marginal in your life. And so the roots will be taken deeper. For in the time it is the moon of your next month, there will be no journey here. This will sustain you through this time. When we return, it will be again long of our session. And so we talk of love. Of spirit, of relationships, of your sexuality, the very magical power. Does God express sexually? How well have you cleanse from your mind all of the beliefs of your ancestors that it didn't? We address this now. You are very spiritually evolved beings, seemingly because you communicate with each other and function and create within certain capacities. You will perceive it from time to time. What I say unto you is to really perceive it. In a greater world you would see back yourself in a context that would add wisdom to your perception of thyself. The reason that I have asked that these topics be brought forward for a dialogue with one another is so that the energy that is being held on these, that you have learned to function and not address, is opened up to be part of the rest of your existence. Unlock your secret chests. I know where they are, where you put little things away. But you see the Sunday that you put them away for is often when you are no longer in your bodies. And then indeed you are filled with the compellingness to come back and to fix, to adjust, to evolve. All opportunities lie before you to do this now in this lifetime. I am here, and there is much assistance from the realms on high to bring you to this glory. When energies are left in little places of pain, confusion, hurt, safety, peace, then there is longings deep in your hearts and in your soul. We must address the longings of your soul so that the heart can be fulfilled, and all of that energy is released and available for you. So when you say, I desire this, there isn't just a fragment, a portion of you that commands this, but all of you that commands this. And when you have been and dared to be so pure with yourself, there is a personal power, a sense of your own dignity, your own grace and your enormous ability to hold compassion for everyone else comes forward and explodes like light in revelations to you time and time again. In the effort to partner, to give to a partner, there is a struggle with what is known as identity, which is all of the beliefs that you identify with, which is the environment by which you indeed remember this life and sometimes prior. And so not wanting to lose your identity, wanting your identity to be held, not wanting to be lost in another who may manipulate you, wanting them to acknowledge your worth as a dance that is underway. The dance is creative and beautiful in and of itself. And where what is called identity is desiring to be preserved, I wish you to add into this equation. In the identity to be preserved, all that you and I are speaking of is very human orientated, the beliefs. What of the higher realms? How is sensuality and sexuality exchanged among angels? Do dogs express sexually? If so, why? How? In an ethereal realm, where you also exist, there is understandings and purities. And do you know that in these times that when you connect with one that is kindred, but another that has another feeling for and with you, that of course is also at an ethereal level. How much time do you humans spend on ethereal levels interfacing with the humanness of your mates? The benefit being that there is experiences you have yet to have, but shall gain and integrate back more humanly for yourself. It's healing, it is elongating. What is the release of the body? Why be it that when people fall in love, everything looks better? Why be it that when people fall in love, it is said that they look at the world through rose-colored glasses? Now that is an interesting term, don't you think? Does that mean their vision is altered? The way they perceive is different? Why don't you all agree to be in love? Just be in love. The object will arrive. Just be in love.
We have your word on that. Okay.
Is love not magnetic? Is love not said to heal? To be the most powerful force in the universe? Why not be in love? Just be in love. Now what would you be like if you were to be in love? Would you be a little giddy? Would you look at life through rose-colored glasses? Would you think you are more beautiful than you really are? But you wouldn't know it. You will think you are more slender, you look more attractive, You will believe all sorts of things that will be a new reality. Now what endorphins and what electromagnetic fields become exchanged in you because of this fallacy that you would be upon? The things that will heal you, rejuvenate you, make you happy, fuller aware of all the ways that Spirit assists you in your life, fuels you ideas, places people to help your projects. Can you imagine that if you are in love, does that mean its justification has to be made manifest in your world? Does it? Every law, every principle of creation says yes. So I am inviting you to jump ahead, fall in love as much as you can and frequently, beginning in your life, your existence, everything around you, fall in love, and then watch what happens. People will tell you the most strangest compliments. They will give you gifts. They will want to be with you. They want to hear your wisdom. You will feel as if you are floating off the ground. You'll feel like everything's so effortless. You wake up with high energy, go to sleep with high energy, and you are a little on the giddy side. Now some might think this is very childlike. But one once said, to be like a child is to enter into heaven. And if heaven is a state of mind, then you get what I am saying. You will feel that this is heaven on earth. You have all heard well what was taught to you earlier. You have integrated it very beautifully. Your understanding took it way beyond the words that were even said. And you await time to be with the words more. This is very good. Now remember that someone who is not in love might say to you, how can you be in love? You have an older car that might break down. How can you be in love? You're not as young as you want to be, you're not traveling where you want to go, it's not the job that is your ideal. What are you in love about? Be in love with all of the possibilities, and be in love with the fact that you awaken in a human body knowing that you are God's, and that God seeks out those who remember this to help their fellow man and transform mankind, to heal and to give to them, and you know it. That is one of the secrets of the universe. You are not just seeking God. You must know that as you pray to seek and to attune to the vibration that is God frequency, that which is expresses outwardly to respond to this. There are more beings seeking assistance, praying. God is seeking those who want to participate in the answers, who know they are supposed to, and that they are part of the answers. Those who recognize God in them. And the understanding is this was easier. And the energy is sent out as a vibration. The field, your psyche will give it to you in words, and there are times it may be whispered into your ear in images placed upon your mind in response to your willingness to avail yourself I remember I am here, I'm waiting for assignment. Many people pray, and in your prayers to I have heard, what am I to do with all that I know? Where am I to go? What is my mission, my life purpose? What is my destiny, my blueprint? What am I to do? I know I am to do something. First of all, the very most important something that you and millions agreed to do was wake up from this amnesia. And you have. You've done the first most important something. You sought more that you could not see but felt, and became knowledgeable and intimate with it, called God, spirit world. Given this, the next something that is your unique, your individual contribution, yours. This fulfillment of such a glorious plan has many faces to it. To be one that is successful for all humanity and the bridging, not just of heaven to earth, but of celestial, many of your indeed ancestors of the stars to earth, and from below. That means you have to understand that if you have not heard precisely what you are to do, you know that because you seek it, you are doing part of it. And that when it is that your unique gift be contributed, you will know. Not others working create levels, and yours may be done and needed in many years from now. It may be in one, it may be soon, it was already. Do you understand? It is in increments, because some will leave the planet who have been doing early work. Some will rest a while and prepare for something more later. And some will come in and pick up their places. Understand? You all have. It is so large. Those who have awakened to do the work are still smaller in number than those who need to be assisted. Do you understand? You can rest assured that there is an assignment waiting for you when all is in position for it to be brought into the fulfillment. Because your participation has to do with the collective, and the collective is being prepared for some of you have already started. But as others may be beginning, you may be indeed not. You may have concluded. Do you understand better? These are important prayers in some of you, and it is repetitive, and it asks daily that I do this, so I am. Why those people didn't meet me? You celebrate that you have done the first part of what you are to do, and then remember that you are to do something else. In the remembering that you have something else to do, you keep the vibration there when your time is ready, so when the bell rings, you hear it. Understand? And you further, you stay aligned, you stay in your prayers, you live as a spiritual being with all of the human considerations that you can. That is still a contributing as the whole, to ensure that the whole keeps moving. When you have remembered that there is something still for you, that means you have kept that available, and it will come in inspiration and in vibration, and you will know and you will recognize, and you won't question and you won't wonder. Celebrate the preparation to this time. Indeed? Now, as it has been taught in regard to the sexuality, and it is spoken that many have feelings of wanting and desiring, you have learned to be coy and to be safe. Protecting yourself has become your jail. When you feel, smile. If you want to talk to someone, say so. If they think you are nuts, better than being one who is in bondage with their own emotion. That is insane. Truly. But you think it isn't. That is changing. When you want to be touched, go and touch your loved one. If you think someone is beautiful, tell them. If you have a desire that your hair be stroked, place their hand on your hair. I am encouraging you to be free and express. It will inspire response. If you participate in the creating of your own reality, then you have to begin to change your inner mythology. All that you have put in to identify. Re-examine it. Find out who you really are now. To be as you are gathered here, there is tremendous longing in many of your hearts, in many of your loins. There is loneliness. And I hear the prayers of those you are yet to meet, who also want these things. Be more open for this. And trusting. Don't be afraid to be loving beings. I have heard your prayers. I am afraid to be hurt. You hurt yourself daily. You abuse and hurt yourself. In being in the moment, the concerns for tomorrow's leave and do not allow for many of the spontaneous moments. And then the moment passes and you worry of being common again. I inspire you to move with all of those moments. You will feel healthier and you will feel and learn many things when you find out how much you have deprived yourself in all of these beliefs. You want a wondrous woman when you start seeing them go up and ask them to come and talk or give them a compliment. You protect yourselves in ways and you do not see that it is the same wall that keeps that out. For others feel that. Learn to say nothing with your mind, nothing with your mouth, and everything with your body. To what would you wish to ask on this matter? Indeed. Edward Blue, you are here.
Thank you. I'm always very curious about homosexuality. How does it start? Did we choose to be homosexual when we come here? Is there anything you want to share with us about
But of course, there are many people that have what is called relationships with that which is the opposite sex and have no love, and there is deep love often with those within the same sex. There has been many teachings to say that these spirits have been opposite in other lifetimes to each other and came forth to befriend, and this was engaged from cellular memory and they become lovers. Those who want to know in the highest mind of God, in its opinion, if you can call an opinion being of God, but all things where love is embraced. And so it is that there are couples that are indeed what you call male-female. They many times have been other things. What you will say unto this life, they are male and female. And oftentimes the words that are said to each other, the silent disapprovals, the non-harmoniousness that exists between them, that is not love, and yet it is socially accepted. They are married. There are other people who meet in space and time, and there is an enormous love that engulfs the whole universe as they see one another. They will come together and others would say, "No, that is not right." And so it is with people. There's enormous love between women and women and men and men. What can often be confusing is the sexual act within it. And it will be more and more understood, for there are beings who have no reproduction as you do. There are beings that have both. And so in the flow of time, you are all being prepared now to have no judgment of yourself, so that you are receptive to meet more beyond here. But you are always asked in all things to be integrated with your choices and not curious. For there is no dignity in that. There is no respect in that. And the other spirit is wounded, and that you are accountable for through all time. Indeed? Yep. I'll wait you one moment. I'll say unto you.
Zarathustra, in Dolores Cannon's book, They Walked with Jesus, there was a lot of discussion about the way the women felt when they were around him. And particularly the second one, who felt, and she used the words that she was filled with his spirit. And as Jackie was talking earlier about service, those words came to mind. And it was as though they didn't need any other expression in any other relationship, be it sexual or other, because that spirit and that experience of being with him had been so great. I resonated with that very strongly. And I think that those of us that sit with you feel that. And then you go back to a human experience with its frailties, and it's very difficult to deal with.
In the experience of the woman that you speak of, that walked with that which is called the scene, during what is his ministry, meaning to administer healing and love to people, being with him in service. Now, when one is in service, and in the moment of that serving, nothing else is felt. Because your focus, you are in God vibration. You are in a oneness. Now listen up. When you are in a state of complete oneness, because you are service, you are giving, you are being a servant of God, you are as God, in a human sense, giving. At that point when all are one, you have no gender that you identify with on a physical level. And that moment, you are at a vibration that is omnipresent. That is why You have all of the energy you need. Time, you don't know what time it is. You are doing. It doesn't matter. This you know, you understand, you are in the flow. And in the flow you are beyond your body, and you are functioning at the level of higher spirit, higher self that is with God. Understand? Expressing through you. Now, this one felt is all that is full, still incarnated back in this lifetime, that this regression was taken from. One would say, why? If she could feel all of this fullness and served with Yeshua, was she not complete and full and illuminated? Why did she incarnate back in this time, in this lifetime? And again, as a woman. Remember, you are already spiritual beings. You are already godly. You are here for a human experience and to integrate the two so that this planet, in this whole galaxy, that its inhabitants live in that which is called harmony with that which is called universal principles, beginning with that which is called the principles of the creation of this planet, so you are prepared for what is understood and applies through all. You must be prepared. Now, if you recall, she did not have a mate. She did not have child. And so she has this full knowledge that she gained, bring it in this lifetime, have child, have husband, so that the soul, that is truly the one soul expressing as these different beings through time, has the fullness of what can be gained for humanness and godliness combined. Understand what this? When you will know that you are already spirit, you are already divine, if you are already perfected in God's eyes, what are you doing here? You are bringing it to a physical manifestation. And along the way you forgot, and you are being reminded on schedule. And in the journey of forgetfulness, those who forget further and longer and perpetuated and created realms that are also realms begotten out of forgetfulness, that gain power over time and time. A lot of times, you're checking out body types. And when you put into the equation, can I bless this man? Not sleep with him, but bless this man. Really, a lot of things come up for you, that bring you to another place. Yes, I'm going forward with this. On the topic of birth control, I was taught that if I did this thing, it would never be an issue in my life, because I evoke an understanding in the sexual act that most people don't. Do you understand? We go and approach our prayer in a way, and people think if you approach sexuality in that way, oh, it's going to be real boring. Like, making love with a priest or something.
It's not boring.
I'm sure. That's a sister joke.
But Z says, proceed as if the men aren't listening, because I was starting to pull back certain information. He's saying, no, you have to teach this like the men aren't here. And I would have said that if the men weren't here, because we would have put, yeah, we know that. But in the understanding of this, there's an idea that says, well, that sure takes a romance right out of it, and the passion out of it. Timing's everything. But the idea is that it's in our minds beforehand, and something happens that when you equate or bring into that experience what you would bring into your going to your altar, or what you would take into walk into a beautiful cathedral, sometimes in a different way than we lay into our own beds. Now, some think, well, that would take something away. It does take something away. What it takes away is the thing that you're doing something wrong that a lot of people get off on. That is not passion. That is not sexuality. That's fear disguised itself that gets your heart pumping, and that is not the same kind of an experience and a rush that we are still in this lifetime as women. So when you take that out of that, and you are truly coming from a goddess place and a full womanness place, something else happens. There's a new kind of freedom, and there's other energies that take its place that send you higher and further. And when you come back afterwards, you still really understand not only your own spirituality, you really understand womanness, and you have a new power. We're not asking for volunteers. But in that understanding that if you hold into your mind ahead of time, could I bless? When you bring that into, something evokes within the natural, remember, here's my heart. My mind be pure. My body clean. I give thanks to the earth in all that I receive, in my nurturement and substance. May its healing be graceful with me in all beings. May the mysteries of the earth be a mystery no more. May I receive the knowledge of what the earth offers in all of its healing. May I be always guided to know the earth better. Beings, you can create what you have. And now great assistance from godly realm assists you to uncreate it, for it has hurt you, and resume your place of divine. And so, from time of antiquity, that is the mission. Whether it is Joshua, Zarathustra, Buddha, or many more, to indeed begin to implement and bring back this species to its ultimate creation. Understood?
Yes, clearly.
Thus I had spoken
that there would be a time where evil would not exist, for evil was created out of the forgetfulness of humanity and not by God. The love, 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 love that you are taught, how to heal, and all that is taught to you. How many of you ever worry about evil anymore? How many of you hear about it from others and understand it, but don't indeed embattle it? Evil is evaporating. It doesn't have enough human consciousness to keep it in existence, but it is still in existence. And it is only energy. It will be very wonderful when the old thoughts that have indeed plagued you are not indeed within the whole river of thought. It is easier even now for you to sustain your joyful life. Now, you may continue with your question.
As you think about, or as I read about her and that feeling, I could feel that feeling and remember it in my own life, in this lifetime. And there are many times...
You have been waiting for that a long time.
Yeah.
Where have been the women who were involved in all of this, indeed?
Well, you know that's been a question I've asked you on many occasions.
Indeed. You and others. It is good I am not teaching you through a man, isn't it? It is part of the selection for these reasons, you know. When a world and a continent, in particularly this continent, is returning to the balance and to reintegrate that which is called matriarchal, you'd be hard pressed to teach this. Not that a man does not have the balance, but it has a visual and a tool of femininity that allows it to be indeed receptive. Men will feel less combative, even if there is issues to have to take from a woman. It is still not what it would be as if it be from another man. These are understanding and working within the psychology of the human. Thus, in general, it is not meant to be personalized. Indeed.
As I remembered that thought and felt that thought, and I thought back on those feelings in my own life in this lifetime, and as I listened to Jackie again earlier this afternoon discuss sexuality / spirituality, it dawned on me that there are many thoughts that we have that raise us to that pinnacle that we think in our culture we want to achieve through sex. That we can have that unconditional loving feeling at many times that is as good or surpassing that. And so my thought was, as she was talking earlier and as you were talking earlier, how does one integrate that to the point that I had, or for myself, I'll put it on the first point. I want to feel that feeling that I felt as I read the book, that I can feel that I have felt it many times in every single thing I do, so that sex is really quite unimportant. I don't mean it's unimportant. I just mean that pinnacle, that achievement of experience and that unconditional giving of self and integration with all that is, you know how I feel about this, is there all the time. And we find it often in sex because that's where we are allowed to feel it. And yet it really is all pervasive.
I will address in the topic that you're referring to, the feeling has everything to do with certain secretions within the body. It's chemistry, it's endorphins. When the endorphins are released in ways that are indeed non-stimuli of what is your sexual organs, you still have the release of the endorphin, the feeling of the high and the inner peace that accompanies this. Understand? There is more on this topic that we will resume in our discussion, for it is lengthy and it must be discussed very thoroughly. The electromagnetic of the field around the body is deeply involved in this, and we will talk about now. But on this topic it is important that if you are not in that which is called a relationship, or if you are, But if you are not touched enough, and most of you are not, body, what is called massage. I am not talking sexual massage. I am referring to that which is capable of massaging your body while your mind drifts and the body receives human touch. Human touch to human touch is very important to you. It has emotional body as well as your spiritual body. You are spiritually touched when you are in prayer and you receive. You see? You are spiritually touched. What is a whole of your day and you could not see nature? What is that touching when you look at it? Where do you feel what you see in nature? What if you could see no color and smell for the rest of your days ever nature? Not the sea, not the flowers, not the grasses, and the trees, and the creatures, and the rain. These things are touching you in a sense. And as important as that is, physical touch is important. Rigidity sets in, illnesses set in, agitation, the nervous system responds when you are not physically touched. There will come a time in the evolution of yourselves where you will learn how to electromagnetically alter and facilitate and manipulate with the principles your needs. Until such time, you need to be schooled on how to keep yourself healthy, vital, and life force exchanges to you in many ways. If you need to link up with each other and give massages, what are many days, but it is not a month?
What are many?
That is it. A week must not go by that you are not having touching. And giving touching is equally important. It can be friends to friends. It can be stranger to you if you wish, but you must do this. And find what is occurring with your attitude, your state of mind, your sleep state, your awakened state, all of it. Indeed, link up if you do not want to have it. It does not always be this thing that is called therapeutic, that is deep to work on this thing. I mean non-speaking, I mean touching, receiving massage, learning things about bodies. Massage your own, touch it. You have so much to celebrate and to learn and to link up and to be with each other. And the relationship you have with your own body, this that gives you a vehicle for your spirit. And how you bring it into the world is a choice you make day to day and moment to moment. Be aware of your choices. Indeed.
That's what we're trying to do. We spend about 20 minutes this morning.
What's that which is called the resuming time?
7.
What is the one that is after that?
8.
What is between?
7:30.
7:30.
What is the one in between?
7:30.
7:30.
That is very good. You will be ready at 7:30? Then we will conclude in a moment. You are very good at this. I understand Yoshua wants you to do something with your watch, but I am glad that you are keeping that which is called a certain formula here.
Thank you.
Namaste, Salam Alaikum.
There's a lot of people who are interested in fidelity. I am one of them. And I'm happy in my relationship, and I see other beautiful people who I like also. And so I wanted to have your feelings on that, how it relates to the whole picture.
There are many questions within your question. I will address what addresses the topic of what is called being one who wishes and enjoys that which is called the singular relationship and the honoring therein, but yet indeed is attracted at various points to others. There is already a common understanding that such attractions can be through time flows, incarnations and associations therein. There is also the understanding that there can be what is called the great spiritual connection. That is not necessarily incarnational, but at a place of service or a place of equal vision and equal understandings. And that is very difficult to separate from the sexual part, because it is all inclusive, and one can be confused of how far and where to play it out. It is a private and it is a personal decision. I know that many would wish it would simplify if I could tell you that there is an enormous book that's high in the gilded columns of heaven, and in it you could look this up and find out what is to be and not. But that is not so. Each one is asked to live in the integrity of their soul, to contemplate the multi-dimensional influences of their deeds beyond that moment, and then to be pure in heart in their action. If you do this, you are within that which is the godly expectation of the human conduct. What you must all learn is never to judge what anyone else does, for you know not their agreement or relationship to God, nor what covenants they may be fulfilling with each other from a place beyond here. But even though it may come from a place beyond here, you are here. So there is within these understandings that need to have the rightful respect in a spiritual decision. You are all capable of this. Long it has been that it was simpler when in the book of books you could look it up and know what you were to do or not do. That breeds judgment, piousness. My book is better than your book. What do you mean there's another book? This is the only book. Then you deny the gods, the other people. It is in here. You are all given the equal amount. Equal. It's called your soul and your spirit. And the more that you deepen your relationship therein, just as you will a close friend, you develop, you keep them current in what occurs in your life, so that when you need them you can ask and you can value their opinion, for you've been in communion. When you are in communion with your own soul and your spirit, and out here and with nature, your decisions that you allow the time to sit with will come forth and direct you, guide you,
exactly what is right for you and how you will influence the ripple effect of other lives your action.
With my personal situation, I'm not married and I haven't been, but I'm in a relationship, but I feel the desire to explore this, and I'm just curious as that is this something that is part of the expression of love, or is it more of lack of
Yes,
intimacy?
yes. There needs to be an understanding. You have no marriage or marriage.
No marriage.
No, I'm speaking of humanity. There is either marriage or no marriage. You understand? And I encourage you to create individual ceremonies for your relationships as they come, if they are to be. From the beginnings of them, and they should have one at endings if there is to be one. Symbolism. This can be something very simple, but it is to say that for this time there is agreement, and we proclaim this. It gives a depth that is missing in many of the frivolities of the interactions of people in this thing called relationships. You have ceremony when you give birth to your children, you have ceremony at death. You have many relationships. You are being taught, you pass gifts to close friends, you connect, you have ceremony. You're given something to symbolize a time of passage in a friendship, a deepening relationship. And yet there is a fear to do this with male and female, for then there might be commitment. You see? And so there is a shallowness mixed with a desire for having something deeper, and it becomes very neurotic. You need to learn to speak your heart and your spirit, and watch the others be in amazement. You're speaking the unspoken. You will be the happier and more fulfilled soul. And to have a ceremony, something that symbolizes when it is say, I wish for this time, and when it is no more, it will be no more, but in the no more, it isn't no more. There is a realizing in this other soul, so there is a caring for the soul in the no more. We have talked of this. You are very admirable in this. And so the courtship that takes place at the beginning must also be the courtship of the ending. And if you all know that you know how to pursue and to romance in a courtship, yet you are fearful for commitment, know that commitment in the moment, if you need to change it, requires also an uncourtshipping, not the one that is called avoidance. Do not call them as much so they get the message, and pretty soon it is sort of over, and a few awkward touches to say, that is not what I mean. I mean the true giving of something that is symbolic of what it is meant to you to have been together. Perhaps a passage that says, because of you these things I know, and something that is genuine and truth, never placate another soul. But it is the truth of what you see in them, and may still love in them, but wish to not participate anymore. And if it is truly your own growth to go on, then say so. Do not leave everyone so guessing and trying to figure out, when you have knowledge that belongs to another and you know they want to give it to them with love and compassion and nurturing, as God would with you. And then you will not be so worried of commitment if you know how to uncommit. Commitment means if you uncommit. Commitment does not mean slavery. It does not mean bondage. It means you are committing to a feeling with another human being to see what this will be, and that you will honor that. And you will honor this above distractions. You will give this merit and respect. You are committing to many things. And if in that journey there is change, you have committed to discuss that. And you are committed Not your life regardless what. If you do that, then you have done that and you must honor that. But commit to what you are committing to. Clarify. And if you are uncommitting, then say what it is you would like. And give the knowledge. You will call that into your life as a result of that. Understand?
I do believe that there are many bellies that are waiting to be fed.
And so you will return,
Master Rascal.
and how long is it to be?
2 hours. No less than 2 hours.
When we get back together?
7:30 to 9:30?
Indeed, what is it to be originally in your hours? 2 of your hours?
2.
Ah,
Not too long?
not at all.
The woman's body understands this. It is good. Go and feed yourself now, before you leave. Listen up. Find someone you haven't hugged before, and have not done the exercise where you will look into another's eyes so long. And you will look at them as you would imagine God is trying to see through your eyes. And when it feels a little awkward and you want to quickly hug, don't. You must do that. And for many of you, you will begin to see the face change around them, and you know you have succeeded, in which I wish you to do. Do this with someone you have never done this before. Go and feed your bellies. Return to me. And all that is awaits you. There is so much to teach you about all the things that await you. That's coming. You are a good body. Now, find the one that you will do this exercise with, and you will resume here at the 7:30 and do your little prayers, and we will begin shortly after, for I must talk to you. Indeed? For those of you who are concerned of return, there is never a teaching that is not sent across that which is called the ethos, to be received by all who wish. And so it is a way of universal teaching. You are greatly loved. Remember to bless always what you put in your sweet bodies. And when you bless it, whatever it is, take a moment, contemplate this food, where it comes from, its roots to the earth and the sun upon it. It grows it with nutriments for you. And the rain that falls upon it, and the alive earth that offers it up to you. Grateful beings it will enhance your own sense of the sacred and your own place in the wheel of life. All else that is created for your consumption that does not come from this earth, eliminate from your consumption. It's like static on the airwaves. Indeed. So be it. Oh yes, this is, I must awaken this. I must tell you, the twill awaits a time to speak to you all. I know that many of you sense twill, and wishes that I should seek unto this communication. And it shall be arranged that before this of your year, that those who came upon the mountain top, many of you have prayed that you wished you had and could not do. I have been in the waiting for the body to readjust itself. It has. The time will be scheduled, and they will come through this body, and you will meet them very soon. Perhaps it will be for the holidays, a bit of a reunion. I love Anthony. Beauty one that is golden. This is the time. Don't you what you have to read?
You know what I have to read?
Oh, yes. I realize my woman has asked of this. But it's the first time that I have told her in its entirety this being in how to reach me and where it is that God and I are to be.
The day man forgets to laugh, the day man forgets to be playful, the day man forgets to dance, he is no more man. He has fallen into a subhuman species. Playfulness makes him light, love makes him light, laughter gives him nerves. Then with joy he can touch the farthest stars, he can know the very secrets of life. Zarathustra would like your life to be a garden where birds sing, where flowers blossom, where trees dance, where the sun comes with joy. Zarathustra is absolutely life, and that is the reason why he does not have many followers. The poisoners, the destructive people have millions of followers, and a unique teacher and a unique mystic whose whole message is love and life has got the smallest religion in the world. Zarathustra's religion should be the only religion. All other religions should be buried in the cemeteries, because except for life, there is no God, and except for love, there is no prayer. It was written by Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh. He's written a book called Zarathustra, A God That Can Dance.
Well, yeah. I feel like I have this. I started one of those. So do you I'm pretty sure. Are you guys going to do? I'm going to take a lowest back.
And then to the men. And we were talking about the women. When we're doing, for those who weren't here, I did a women's class while the men listened, and then we did a men's class while the women listened. And in that, and we're talking about taking on energy between each other. And because energy has information in it, not all the information is of a divine nature. It can be information we've been carrying on, and sometimes in a neurotic sense or in a limited sense, and that can get exchanged back and forth, back and forth, and back and forth. And we talked a lot about blessing the body and knowing the sacredness of it, and actually if you would bless someone before you laid with them. And that's an interesting thought to think about, because a lot of times you go, I don't know about that. And yet it puts in a higher criteria about that experience that hasn't been in our equation before, and it puts a whole other element that if you could do that or not. And if you can't do that, what are you doing willing to surrender the vulnerabilities and the sacredness of your body and go into places that are truly altered states if you wouldn't bless this individual like you would bless yourself, or you would bless your food before it enters your body? Why wouldn't you bless a man before you let him enter your body? And why wouldn't a man do that to a woman before he would enter hers?
And can you actually stop in saying a blessing out loud?
The blessing doesn't always have to be out loud. You know, we talked about that it can be a matter of blessing. You know, you can send and do a blessing, you know, in that in rapture that you can convey and know that you have done that. And that in that and in those and in bringing in that understanding, just like it affects your prayer over your food. If they find that water is energized from a prayer, what do you do to your body when you do that back and forth? And when you decide that for you a relationship that is on physical level only leaves too much unsatisfied, it has fed you in some levels, but it's left so much that hasn't been fed. And because we know spiritual beings, we feed far more off more than we ever realized besides food. And the more that we attune, we feed off of, the more we place around us to feed us in ways that food never will. And when that is in our understanding, our whole relationship about food changes. And we realize that we feed off of the colors around us, or the flowers, or the beauty of what we're wearing or what we look at, and we feed off of music. These are all things that feed the field of our electromagnetic beingness, the energy by which we are. And so we have begun to be more selective about that, the musics and what we wanted to feed. There's sometimes you want to hear rock and roll because you want to, you know, pack in the morning for Colleen, you know, so that would be appropriate. Because we know that it does something, you feel energized. It's the same thing when you play the melodic music and it moves you into a state that is prayerful, that is reverent, that has affected your field and puts you and helping to you. And it's part of the ceremony. So life is a ceremony. And if life is a ceremony, then who and how we interact and the things that we are doing are also feeding our field. When we understand that, make sure our field is fed because we put flowers here. The more that you put around you, the many things that feed all of the sensory fields, the less you will find the need for food to feed you in the way that you did before. You may be hungry, but it isn't for food. You think it is. But when you begin to be more attuned to yourself, you realize it's many, many things and that. And so there is an awareness not only of that energy, but of the life force in the what you take in, that it has something that you hear. As he says, every day you must hear something that you eat, like the crunch, the rawness. You must have something that you take into your body that is directly from the earth and into your body, without a process in between, so that the life force is supporting the life force of your body. And when it doesn't, and you take it in, then you are having to draw on energies to make it so, or to consume it and process it, which can make you tired, can make you needing more food, because you really didn't get food in the form of life force. You got bulk. You took care of basic survival hunger, but you didn't take care of feeding in other ways. And that's why if you gobble something you're just eating in your car, you haven't fed that which is you, that is creative, or that is the loveliness. You haven't fed your spirit, you haven't fed your soul. You see what I mean? Felt a hunger pain, and it will come back. And so when we spoke about taking the time to be with yourself and taking the time, to put your own oils on your bodies and things like that. You are also feeding yourself, and you're not only relying on a man to do that. Now, in that class this afternoon, there is a topic that Z asked on the way home in the car that I elaborate on before he comes in. And in setting this up, because there are many that were not here this afternoon, and we talked about a lot of the fears and anxiety that we were raised with, about needing and getting a man and losing yourself in the process. And then somewhere along the line, having such a hunger in your soul, in your spirit, because you've been loved to, but you've never had your soul touched. And that gap between creates a longing that usually pulls you away from life, and you start to disconnect out of your disillusionment. Illness is set in. Well, as we talked about having a real awareness about the charge as women that you would receive from a man as the energy is released to you, and to be very selective of how you are receiving it, because if you have resentments for this one who doesn't honor your soul, or you feel over-compromised and you lost yourself in order to find the security, quote-unquote, then what do you do with the energy when it comes in? Not only do we end up having, DNCs and things scraped out at an incredible percentage of women these days, what is being scraped out? That energy that didn't get absorbed, couldn't get processed. By the same token, when men also have to be aware, and this is the part that wasn't addressed earlier, of what energy you release into a woman. And if it has been brought about out of all the things we talked about this afternoon that have put a form of decadence, and what would create an arousal that is false, but it works sexually, but doesn't arouse your spirit, doesn't arouse your soul, but it arouses you sexually only, then often what leads to that has an imbalance. And that imbalance, that which makes you feel that it's wrong, or for some that it's scoring, and it can also hold all the old connotations that have a violentness around it, a claiming, a possessing. Then that is also released into the woman. There's a guilt and a residue subconsciously the man carries. But what is really important to know is that where does the energy go? It often sits in these areas. Women are processing it, not knowing what to do with it. They can't figure out why they can't lose this. That's true here. And they're taking on an energy that is unnatural. They really don't want it. They wanted the touching, they wanted the loving, but they took this. It doesn't belong to them, and they're holding it in these areas. Men will often carry it underneath their heart, these things that they also know that they've released subconsciously, and have early heart attacks and things like this. So what do we do about cleaning this up? It's twofold. For the women who may feel for however long in their life before they've come to know what we're discussing today, before they really came to know what the beauty and the grace of being a woman, and are feeling, oh God, I did all those things that she's talking about. The fact is that with that also comes the understanding that releasing and forgiving changes everything. And so in your moments after this class, if you take the time and you feel you identify with what I'm talking about, and you take the time to do your own private ceremony, light a candle, bring something of life around you, whatever it is for you, flowers, seashells, rock, whatever it is for you. And you take that private time to contemplate the men you've been with. And you start to think about some of the energies you've put on. You can go back to each one of those situations. And you can not judge anymore your naiveness or what might have driven you in an unhealthy sense to do that. But you can understand and have compassion for that part of you And from the place that you are now, you can understand and you can forgive and you can release that, and the gentle man. And when you release that and you let that go on a conscious level, now remember, when you leave this place, when you're out of form and you're in the light and you're doing your life review, you're going to do this. But if you do it now, you can release it from your bodies and you can free yourself back up. And so, for those who stay married too long because you didn't know how to get out of it, and all those things that way back then that got you in, that you felt, all of that dance. And if you're still carrying that, these are tools, and you can ask Zarathustra more how to let go and release that, to heal that. And to allow what you know in the highest place of your godliness now to go into those places and to heal you. And that energy lifts up out of its transformation from resentment or anger or rejection or all of those things, and it becomes a different energy. It becomes an energy called understanding, compassion, forgiveness. Those energies are much lighter in frequency and they will lift out. They don't have any reason to stay there because you're going to take the knowledge that they're holding. Remember, everything has information. And when the information is processed and accepted, it will go. Okay? And it is a similar situation with men. I wish that the whole like this, and you really converse with your sexual self, you will heal things underneath your heart. It will become stronger and more vital again. Now, rediscovering what true sexuality is, and how for a man, the more that there is to bring about the arousal of all areas that you reside. Learning those and implementing those and taking the time to do those brings a satisfaction that allows you to feel that you have gained what it is you were seeking all along. And a peacefulness takes the place of the hunt, if you know what I mean. And when we talked about commitment and the buffer that keeps us safe, it's a difficult dance to say, I commit, but I'm going to protect myself at the same time. Everybody's hedging. And if everybody is hedging, everybody's unsatisfied. And if everybody's unsatisfied, then everybody's lonely a little bit. And that little bit of loneliness is something we need to heal. And waiting to find that one you can bare your soul to and surrender to and be vulnerable to really begins with yourself. Getting real. And when Zarathustra said to me once, and I think he must have said it today, he said, fall in love, be in love now. Don't wait for the person, the trip, the situation, the right environment, the sun setting and the choir singing. Agree to fall in love right now and be in love, in a state of love. So I wanted to add that to this morning's talk. Is there any questions anyone has about this?
Any question on the birth control?
The birth control was the part where I said that when you enter in a place, and Z taught me this 2.5 years ago when I was divorced, because birth control wasn't an issue before that. And learning to understand when someone says you are a sacred woman or you're a sacred man, does that mean what? And because I didn't feel like certain things in my own self didn't change. I remembered those before I ever learned about Zarathustra consciously. And he explained that we have this feeling that sacredness associates back to the way we used to believe about, and hold it very close to religion. Sacredness. Holy and prayerful. And it's really hard to understand where that fits in with wild and lusty and passionate sex. It's just really hard to put those two together. But they have everything to do with each other when you really understand the sacred, which is what you treasure, what you hold sacred and dear, and that you would agree when it's sacred to you that you protect its meaning to you. And that you have a state of reverence with it. And when you include that in your body, and you add to it like we would bless our food, and you bless your body. It doesn't have to be a ritual out there, but an inner place when you prepare yourself. We do the preparing to go to sleep at night. We brush our teeth. We do all these things. But when you prepare yourself to be with another, and we might light candles and do music and bring in oils and do all this stuff, but in that is a moment of preparing an inner place. Okay? And everything is in alignment on the areas that we've talked about. And you bless your eggs. Your hormonal system is all part of your consciousness and where you exist. You don't release an egg. You don't become accidentally pregnant. Birth control is at its highest place, where everything, in a place of mastery, we are to, as some medicine people can do, bring rain. You can influence the elements. Certainly we can influence our bodies, but not if we are alienated from our bodies. Not if we're alienated from the elements. We can't do that. If we are foreign and strange with the rain and with the earth, then we can't call upon those powers. Same thing with our body. If we are familiar with our spirit, we have an understanding of our body, then what we bring into any act, business or sex, there is a way that we can command and we can hold this. And whether it's birth control or wishing to become, what Z says, with child, we can select that because we're working at such a place. And in the playfulness of having the freedom of all this, when we start getting rid of all this holding back, protecting yourself, the strategy, the mental relationships around love that are layered, and in that is love. There's no doubt about it that we can love, but there's all these things that we protect, and because of all the conditioning we've all had. He'll leave too quick if he knows how crazy I am about him. And if she knows how much I want her, she'll control me. She'll want an ultimatum, all those things. And they all enter into that secondary place we go with something as simple and as pure as the love that we feel. Is trying to take that feeling and bring it right out front, being that clear about it. And will clarity match it? Zarathustra says, take that chance.
But we know we have to go with the flow, and sometimes the master is different than the what we have. So if the master wants me to have 5 children, and I don't want to have 5 children, so I just had my tubes tied 2 days ago because I believe this is all working, but I'm not sure that the master is not want me to have more children.
Who are the masses?
I mean, God. The
higher beings want you to have.
So what if I bless my body, I'm in control with my body, but my destiny, whatever, the masters will tell me, well, you have to have more. And if I don't...
I think that your will overrides higher will. But our purpose is to be an evolved state where our will and the will of God, if you will, are one. They are harmonious. They are in dance with one another, in symphony. Okay? And I feel that if you are feeling that you want no more children, I don't understand why, and be hard to conceive that there would be objection placed upon you to get you to do that. If you are to carry something to children, and you're feeling in yourself, I will give birth to 1 child, then it will be that your life will influence many children. In the ways either you're writing your creativity, but you will influence the lives of children. You see what I'm saying?
No, I know that.
Are you thinking you intervened with destiny?
I'm not sure. I always thought I will have one child, and I have one child, and I just don't want to worry about it anymore. Because I remembered, we all remembered when we were, 17, 18, 19, and birth control was a vague idea of some sort.
Well, this is a real good thing that you bring up, because I don't want everybody to run out and forget all about birth control pills. I mean, because you have the knowledge, you have the ability. And we've had knowledge about manifestation for a long time, but getting it perfected something else.
Yes,
right?
That's the problem, because I think if I try it, what happened if I failed that first time?
Yeah, I think doing your precaution is a good idea. What we are talking about is the goal that we're evolving into, and the first stage of that is hearing.
But then I'm in menopause when I perfect this thing.
I don't think so.
And so then, if there's no accidental pregnancy.
But having the information is the first levels towards being able to integrate that information till it becomes what you are able to command of yourself. And in that interim, it isn't that you are to throw all caution to the wind. Yeah. That's really clear, isn't it? Everybody in 3 months are sitting here with babies. Well, Jackie, did you mean to say something we didn't hear?
I've done something wrong.
Yeah. No. I think that, and there's many times that people will think, gosh, I wish I knew this 5 years ago. I would have never done the vasectomy, or I'd never done the hysterectomy. You just have to trust that wherever you are and as information comes, it's all fine. You still want to know what is happening within this race of humanity that you are participating in its transformation. Yeah. Is there any other questions?
I have a question. In some relationships, it seems chemistry between two people varies so much in different relationships. Some relationships, it's very easy to have dialogue or conversation in different areas. And I was wondering, what exactly is that chemistry? And say one is hard, does that mean you're supposed to work through it? And where does the line get drawn when you say, this is nothing I have to work through versus, it's this karma I have to work through? And should I get this resolved? Or should I just go, I don't even need to deal with this and look away?
Mm-hmm. That's a good question. I think that part of this was on, I think Patrick brought to me this morning, it was on ZNet for Zarathustra. Is this something you want Zarathustra to answer, or you want me to answer? I think, I will answer the first part on a very human level, and that is that there are times that there is an issue to be worked out karmically with somebody. And before you can make the decision that it is no longer your issue and you're going to walk away, you have a dialogue with that other person. Mm-hmm. And I've had a dialogue before with an individual and explained something feels incomplete, and I'd not like to find out what that is when I'm already in the light. What I'd like to do is find out if you have a sense of what that is, because I have a sense of it. And if we dialogue, maybe we can the dialogue might complete it, or there's something I can do to complete it from my end, whether or not that person's willing to. But I think the dialogue is important with another individual if you think or even sense that there's something karmically there. Mm-hmm. And I think that just the fact that you do that shows a respect of something unresolved from past life. It shows the respect of spirit continuum, the respect of infinity in the dance between different souls, and a willingness to know. And that in and of itself, she has told me, is part of the antidote of concluding it for yourself. Because that's really why we ever come back to work things out with people anyway, isn't it? So if you act out of that place at the onset, you have stepped into a dialogue you might be having with spirit at the end of your time on earth, and you're having it with the people that you might feel that you have this connection with. And by doing that, you are really, freeing it up and talking about it in a very real sense. And that's a very healthy thing to do, because dialogues like that happen in spirit realm between spirits. And when we do it in the human level, we've eliminated a lot of pain for ourselves following incarnation sometimes.
And so when is it that karma is created? When one fails to have dialogue and resolve?
Yeah. How many of you absolutely can say you're not surprised to find out at the end of your life who you might have issues with? Okay. How many of you know that there are people that are alive right now that you know something should be said, or you're going to have to say it sometime or later? You know? So if that is the case, then you get it said. You can write them a note. The response isn't as important as the effort to make well between you. You see? And that, remember, it's always the intent by which you do and by which you function. And so karma is, by the way, a choice at a certain level. Karma is not automatic, and cause and effect is a principle that's real and exists. And when you respect this cosmic cause and effect, you take the actions in your life that are respectful of that. Now, even if you flub up, we've been taught about love and forgiveness. That's an incredible tool that we've been taught. It's a simple one. We don't use it enough. We're sometimes embarrassed and awkward, and we better leave well enough alone, and they might think I'm still wanting to see them if I say this. You know, all that stuff that, you know, gets into the play of relationships. But if we get really real about what we know and we act on it, we start freeing up all that other energy out here, and it comes to be present for magic. It's a lot easier to feel magical when you're not carrying all the stuff. You know that you've done something that pure of intent. Haven't you all felt those moments when you've really done something from a higher place of you, and it wasn't common, it was just unique, and afterwards you go, yeah! You like that surge of energy. If you get a lot of those surges of energies, they don't go away, they just keep building. And when they build like that and you say, I wish I had that, it shows up in days. You see what I'm saying? That's what Z talks about in the freeing of energy to follow your command. But if it's back here with guilt and worry and I shouldn't have done this and, you know, all of those things, then it's not freed up to support your word, your wishes, and your prayers. Yeah. I think the question on group karma you should ask Zarathustra. That's goody. Suzanne.
I have a question.
This isn't going to be our midnight question when we're all sitting around our jammies? Oh, okay.
You know, I always talk about a soulmate or a twin flame or something.
Yeah.
And he once said that I could have my head stuck in the ground, and that whoever was intended to find me would find me, regardless of where that I was, and that I could go about my life. Really, that somehow it would happen. But yet, if we have free will, or he said something, or with you that said something today about if you think that you're open but you're not, and somehow the energy's not going to come in.
See, he actually said you could have your head stuck in the ground?
Well, I could be in a cave, I could be in
the
Mojave Desert, I could be wherever I was, and they would find me.
Okay. You know how that works? Did he tell you?
No.
This might be part of your answer. Sometimes we all worry about where is that person or those persons or whatever that might be up for us. And this is really important. You can be so wanting this person, and you could be going to every party and every dance and every project, organization to expose yourself. But if you haven't embraced what it is that is wanting that person and that part of you in you, you're never going to bring them in. But you could be, he calls it self-enchantment, and he's talked about this. And that's when you really know that you're walking your talk, that you are endeavoring to, at least in the areas of your life, express what it is you're learning. And so that love, you know, each morning I always say in my prayers that my love of God, my relationship, be expressed outwardly with people. So my love of God is not so private anymore. It becomes my life's work. It becomes my expression. It's a similar thing about wanting the one that might be a twin flame, or at least the one that you want in your life. And so when you contemplate just that being that you want, it's not enough. If you contemplate the being that you are, if you think about the grace of Suzanne, if you think about how you would care for people working in the hospital, if you think about the patience, the intelligence, the caring, the commitment to help the world, you're not thinking of an egotistical. I'm not talking about being egotistical about yourself. I'm talking about looking at yourself in the way that God would. And there's an approving and an acceptance in that has you, what Z calls, enchanted. When you have an enchantment, a genuine enchantment of yourself, it is contagious. It's magnetic. And then you hold what else you would want. It has something to come to. Do you see what I'm saying? It has its parallel. You can think of the man or the one, but the twin flame to what? If you're oblivious to the self, how's it going to come in? So part of also focusing on yourself is in a healthy way. An awareness of yourself helps that awareness that's out there thinking about what they want that is you come together. Do you see what I'm saying? So that's why you could be in a cave, and if you're only contemplating this person that you need in your life, it's too general. But if you're also contemplating you, then you're sending out your signal, and then come in on it.
Well, the reason that I asked the question, it's twofold. I mean, as time goes on, like, wow, is this ever going to happen? But I have a girlfriend who has down to a T what this guy looks like. She has a nickname for him. I mean, she meditates on the bit. I have no idea what the man may look like, but I know what I say to myself is, well, I wonder how he'll compliment me and how there'll be a greater strength with the both of us. And I do it more like, how the comfortable of it, because I haven't had a relationship in such a long time.
And you have a perception of yourself included in that.
Yeah, and I have a feeling tone of what that is, but I don't have any, well, he's going to have blue eyes, he's going to be this tall, et cetera. Well, like I said, this is like a book. This, and this. And yet Z has also had us write down those things that we've wanted.
I think that there are many things that work for different people, first of all, based on what their belief is, And I don't think Z's going to say that there's some great big place that this is written. That's what he always goes to me. He says, it's not in the book that I'm looking at. He'll say that. And I says, you're looking at a book. He says, the point, there is no book. So that if it's not written down anywhere, where does the law exist? So they exist within our mythologies. And in her mythology, that might work for her. And to write down can work. It's worked for friends of mine.
But it's not just that works, it's also timing that works. And he said to me that what I and many here had stepped forward to do was to go into relationship for a larger healing. And that the timing was now. And we can kind of look around and see it's happening in this group a lot. Something's happening. And he said, before that, your receptors would not have, before this time, your receptors were not firing.
Well, yeah.
Because my soul had, since this is an
Is it
agreement
too warm
for a
in
larger
here? It's just me.
healing,
Go
I
ahead.
couldn't do it until it's after that healing. And for me, there's no other real purpose for the relationship except when that much possibility is possible, if you were I mean.
I think it's also important to know that in writing the list down, and I do think it is a result of personal mythologies. And I think of one of our members that was married last year. I performed the ceremony for Dolly. She had it all written down. She was real clear. And he came into her world and he wasn't anything like it. And she felt like that. But she said to me, what's ironic is it's like he's perfect for my soul. But all my visuals. And when she said she went to ask Zarathustra about this, well, all your visuals came from your conditioning. Your soul knows. That kind of thing. So, I think it's really important not to be so stuck on the rule of a written down or not, but to know that in what's written inside, and the one that you're becoming. It's everything to do with who can be there. I mean, certainly in the 20 years that I was married, it was an excellent marriage for the first 15 years. Couldn't have been a better man for me in the first 15 years. Couldn't possibly be the man for me in the rest of my life, because of the growth factors and the way things are. And so to me, I think of that as successful if in the releasing the friendship and the dignity of what's been overrides everything else, and it does. So you have friendship, and you have this existence, so you know that you don't revert back into the old way of things. And then there are those people who have come together, started a path, somebody's cosmic clock goes off before another's cosmic clock goes off. And then they're worried about if there's going to be spiritual compatibility, which is foremost in the mind, and they share a relationship. And sometimes that one individual is to awaken the other. Change, healings take place, and they can re-emerge in the truer self. We're always interplayed in the relationship. And they go on in an incredible path, and they carry old history, but a new focus. They do that for more people than themselves because they are putting a new paradigm, you see, a new way, because a lot of people love who they're with, but they not like them.
What you shared with me is what your husband told you, and what works for me too, that I'm the kite and my husband holds rope. And as I shared that with them, I said, because he was concerned, he said to me, don't go too far.
Yeah.
And I said, I can't stop. It's not possible for me to stop. And he was not ready to follow. And I shared with him what you shared with me, was that I told him, I'm the kite, you're the rope. Don't jerk. Just let me fly. I'm fine, I'm going to be there. But don't jerk. And occasionally when he jerks, I tell him, you jerk.
And you break the string.
Yeah.
And you break the string and pull too hard.
And we talked about it, and since that, before there was always this uncertainty, will she stay, where will she go, what's she going to do? And now with this analogy I learned from you, that gave him the security that this is the only thing you're going to do. There are not other guys up there which I'm going to have sex with. I'm just like myself. And I'm always be connected to him, and that really helped him to let me fly, because before it was the problem of his fear and my fear, where this marriage is going to go.
Right.
And on New Year's Eve, we really were in a very bad stage, and since then we just have discussed it so much, and has helped me so much to give him that what you gave me. And I just, if anybody needs that, please go ahead and use it. It works like wonders.
Well, it does, the analogies, because sometimes, we go off on our spiritual, and the journeys in the mate may be concerned, because spiritual growth means that you may not be needing them. Your addiction to them might heal. You may find more ways to fulfill some of the things you went to them for. Where will they be? All of those things enter into it. And we had discussed this, Sabrina and I, because for many years you used to say that to Eddie. Well, you're holding the string, and as long as I say, all right, let out a little more string, and you let out a little string, we're fine. And so I say, bring me in. That's great. But if you're just going to say, I'm not going to let go of the string, it's going to snap, because I'm not coming in. It's just the way it is. So that works. But sometimes, you want to say, the view's great, come on up. And sometimes it's, I don't think I want to. And you start talking to somebody else who's up there sharing the same view. And that's what we're concerned about too. And life takes the course that life takes. Choices are made by both people at that point in time, whether to stay on the ground and hold the string, or to say, put down the string and get your own and come on up, that kind of thing. Otherwise, it can become unfulfilling at certain places of deeper dialogue. And it's a matter of finding out whether, you may be the impetus for them to come along on that kind of a journey or not, And it's certainly the nature of my work, because mine is so much travel and phone calls all the time and things that I've committed to make important. So
we just are. I cut the string and she's still attached.
I think we married to the same guy.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway.
I made it a little earlier.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what is a soulmate? Who decides that? Who is that decided?
Zarathustra talked about soulmates early on, because I never thought for instance, for myself, I remember thinking, well, everybody was talking about the soulmates at the time Zarathustra came into my life, and I remember wanting to know. I never really felt that my husband was my soulmate, and something felt kind of narrow about that concept for me. And when I asked Zarathustra about it, he said the mate of your soul is a terminology better than soulmate. Soulmate implies that it's something that is a mate that is done before form. And it is one, and you come together much later. And you have to find that one to be whole and complete. It's part of the other teaching in the past on soulmates. Whereas one that is mated to your soul can be, you come together and you are made at different intervals. They can be different people. There are group souls that are mated in the fact that you share thought and you share a quest, you share a path together. But in the sense of twin flames, both coming in and separating, and you are not whole and complete unless you come together, is not how I've ever understood that from Zarathustra. It would imply the evolution of another part of you that you do not have control over before you can reach illumination or enlightenment, and that's not true, because if in the greatest sense of soul, we are part of the source, a huge soul that we express out from with our soul, like an apple and parts of it, bites of apples. If that's so, then we are a mass here expressing an understanding that we've sought and discovered of the soul of God, do you understand? And we express a godly soul, and we have individual human expressions of it, though. Is that making sense? And in that, we talk about soul mates. I have discovered in talking to Zarathustra about your soulmate are the people that are mated to your soul are seldom identical, but they are able to walk that path in the same pace for the same reasons, and there's understandings that do not need as many words to communicate. And that's different than assuming you're identical and looking for that. There's more you can ask him about that. Any other questions? There's just something I wanted to share about prayer. And just as in the preparation of, I don't know, we'll take a ceremony or a meal like Thanksgiving or Christmas, and that hurts. And there's a preparation involved in that, you know. And in the preparation, there's something fulfilling in, preparing the food for your loved ones. It's preparation, and it can take a long time. You think ahead about it, you plan for it, and in the thinking ahead of it and the planning for it, there are engaged different emotions. Lovemaking is the same way. And Zarathustra may elaborate about this in the sense of placing and looking at what we call time and what we call our schedules. And what he said to me about a month ago, and I had to laugh because I thought, oh God, he's so truthful sometimes, you know. And he said,
for all the longing and all the desire that is in people's soul, seldom is it ever written in their schedule books. And I thought, yeah. And he went on to say that they care for their auto machines are kept up and the lawn things, and he shows me this picture after picture. But then he shows me people sitting there, not touching, not or when they do such a short time, there's not this preparation, ahead of time. And there's not enough of all that leads up, which is really when a lot of the endorphins are released, a lot of the healings take place, and a lot of the magic happens between people, than the actual orgasm. And he talked about the elongating of all of this. And you may want to ask him about it tonight, because it's an interesting teaching. But he talks about prioritizing and the way the naturalness, the organic. I would ask him about this. My focus is leaving my eyes, so I know that Zarathustra's trying to look through, so I gotta go. If you are among all the people who are thinking your eyesight has really seemed to do some strange things this last year, it has to do with body octave vibration and seeing in alpha state as well as beta. And it also has to do with wearing sunglasses too much and filtering out the rays of the sun that is leaving a deficiency within the eyes. And that colors, all of the colors need to be seen around the eye in order for the eye to be healthy. That's why in Jacob Lieberman's book, Light Medicine of the Future, one of our members in Seattle told me that he used these color gels, and he looked at them, I think 15 minutes a day for just a brief time, might have been 2 weeks, and totally healed his vision, uses no prescription eyeglasses now. And that when we are wearing our sunglasses, that we are filtering out so many of the variable colors that there's a deficiency that is causing some of the sight. That is one part. The other part is the sight in the body catching up with what is happening to us physically, catching up with our spiritual evolution, and the octave changes in the vibrations. And I say that just so that you can ask him, more about that. Okay. I guess I'm going to open the switch a touch.
Be it among you that wishes to come forward, come and take your place. Come here. Many times I have counseled with this rascal that is your beloved. And now you sit here. You may lean against these, what are these? Your knees of the others. It will give comfort to, there you are. Golden one, come in here. Morning wind. Roma? It is good you have come. And where is this angel that you have created? I have not seen it displayed.
It's in the car.
Well, that is a fine place to be, your angel.
It's in my pocket.
That is better. In your heart?
Yeah.
Well, why don't you go and fetch this thing?
I'll do that.
So there are those who done and created what is called the creation of angels who glow in dark. This is a very fine thing to do, to place in your hospital, in your rehabilitation centers, in your healing chambers, everywhere, to remind all people that they are not alone, especially in the dark, they are not alone. It implies that the dark believes that something is flowing for their awareness. Don't you think? Yeah. You are a good beam of light there. Now, there is so much to discuss on this topic of love, of sexuality, relationships. How do you go back and implement what has been discussed? What do you do differently? How shy will you be to speak what is you wish? To go and talk to the ones you've seen and wonder if they would be your friend. Rupert? Come here.
You can run, but you can't hide.
Rupert, what do you wish to tell them of you? Stand, take command of this.
What? You're right. I like that. When you come, we did this. Nedra and I and a few other people in Susan, we did this, and
why?
We want everyone to stay engaged with their angels, talk to them, and let them be a part of their life. And mainly, the original intent was to little kids, so that when they see the once it's activated, strong by light, it glows in the dark. It's coated with phosphorescence, and we wanted so kids would feel safe to speak through the night with their guardian angels who they protect them.
And so in the place of healing, in the children's wards, in the rehabilitation centers of the youth, in that which is called your drug rehabilitation, in that which is called many areas which can be indeed gifted through by those who wish to do this.
Okay.
Indeed?
Indeed. Pass it on
Or you can drift above the crowd, whatever you wish.
You're all welcome to take her into the bathroom and check her out. It's got to be pretty dark.
That is also where the light is seen the best. The great deal has been taught and passed, and there remains within many minds questions wishing to have clarity on all which has been discussed. I am before you. What wish you to know?
Were you listening when Jackie was talking to her people? Because she wanted us to ask you something about soulmates, something about our eyes changing.
Which would you like to discuss? She spoke briefly about.
Did you share that with both of you?
In a time in the early evolution of humanity, when first man, it was discovered, had a soul, there was a prophet who walked upon the land named Zarathustra, who brought forth the knowledge and the understanding that there was a soul within that which is man, and perhaps indeed it was of the divine nature. To that which is called the ongoing and the continuum of the understanding of the meaning of self and its relationship to that which creates itself, there was then indeed many concepts given birth, truth and others, all purposeful, for concepts lead the way to deeper exploration, which leads its way to greater truth. Ultimately, it is called evolution. As it pertains to that which is called the knowledge of a soul made, there was believed that if there was a soul in one and a soul in another, and because we looked very different, being male and female, then indeed you had a soulmate that you were one half of, belonging to another somewhere in space and time. As you have evolved in your concept, you have begun to know that the male and the female reside in you both. That the vibration you have incarnated in, though it may be predominantly in one, both have been experienced in doing that which is called the full body of compassion and wisdom and knowledge and healing within that which is the soul that you are. So what is known to be the other half of you is you, and it carries with you in both the male and the female. And if you are balanced in your male and your female, then you indeed are balanced. Now what is spoken of what is called to be the twin, or that which is the mate, implies the one is to be with you. It is a limited thought to think it is only one, but within that which is called one who parallels your path, your journey, or one that you have a covenant with. A covenant meaning that which you have created before your incarnation. In the finding of one another, a fullness would come. And in the fullness that would come, it would include the spiritual nature of you both. And that would begin to unfold in the path that is called your life. So what would end in what is called the path of singular existence, being that your path be lonely, would change to having what is called the dualness, that companionship of the shared path. It does not mean that one cannot reach the path before another, for sometimes you light the way for even what would be a soul mate. And yet at another time in your journey through life together, there may be light shined upon areas of life that would not be of your awareness, and the compatibility creates balance, or not. And the great romantic sense of what is called soulmate, you are to find each other, and forever after, every thought, every action flows together harmoniously. That is still held within an ideal that holds its possibility in the future time of yourself. But first it must be that you have mated with your own soul, and many have not. Your own soul is a concept you know, something you should indeed feel more. And that is good, and it is the beginning of the relationship of your soul. Truly. When meeting one that has soul matableness for you, it can enrich your knowledge of yourself, your own soul. That has qualities of soul matingness, for there is profound electromagnetic and a dynamic that interplay. There is a peace with it, and there is an excitement with it. There are, through what is called destiny,
opportunities for people who have made covenants to become soulmates at times in life that serves themselves a greater service of humanity, and that is one form. There is time that a soulmate may be indeed birth to you as your child, may seem like an ally. You hear something that comes from the same place within God. An understanding perhaps, a place and a familiarness that resonates, and the flow of compatibility, and you have often called it kindred spirits, because at a soul level you have a connection. In the male-female, it is important to know that to have a full blossom of the experience of man and a woman, being what could be considered in the most romantic sense soulmate, each individually must have made a connection with their soul, and in their expression of God it may not be identical, but it comes together and adds a full blossom to the bouquet of their life. And so there are many dynamics to soulmate. In an understanding that you have incarnated from the beginning of the beginning to ever take form, and you may have chose female, was the one who chose male that broke from the same spark. No. But that released at the same time as your own spark and carries a remembrance, and you can recognize each other, and many dynamics occur that bring you back into original knowing. And there is a heightening and what is called an expeditiousness in your excellency, in your own awakening, and that is a great and beautiful thing. Is it only one other? No. They can often be your children or parents, when you spark at the same. But when they are in life, at the same time these two sparks, within the time flow that they could meet to be mated, it will be in a general sense soul-mating, but not to the exclusion or the exclusivity that has been taught through time. It is a truth that speaks to a concept that was at of its time still. But if you understand much broader, it is very difficult to take that concept into the now and the future of what you are coming to understand. And so it must be retaught to you to allow its growth and its flexibility, which the truth must be to hold the embodiment of the evolution and the quantum transformation that is occurring into time and still have integrity in cosmic time-space. I hope that your heart is still warm. This is not to create a disillusion so that it defeats you in this. Meditate on it. There is more that you can ask of this. It is vast and it's teaching.
Could the person, if you have a soulmate or have a soulmate or either, and why did many of the great masters, express themselves as male as opposed to female? So this is something that we did with them?
It is a projection and interpretation extracted from the time through the observation and the biasness of the belief of the time more than anything. Now look at this. What is it, a man with long hair and robes? The grace and the caring and the nurturing of a woman. The strength of a man.
That is the balance of the male female. It could be said that the Nazarene was a female as well. You see? For the full bardiness of the love that could be carried and then expressed outside to be seen and to be healed is an example of that place of great unity of the soul with the cosmic soul, understand? And so it was through the narrow and the limited and the innocent understanding of the time to only females and then say the man. But if indeed it was expressed, he would say, I am both, I am of the full. You see? There is more that you may ask of this.
Well,
In the soulmate of I, in the place of illumination, at the place of omnipresence, there is no soul that is not one with you. God experienced love, making love for a God in many things. A wind may caress which is to make love to you by blowing through your hair. There are many expressions of this. When whales populate, are they doing it out of affection or is it the time for bleeding? You see, there are many levels of where consciousness plays and does not play in certain acts that all seem alike. Understand? In the human experience, it takes the dynamics that we discussed this day. These are not dynamics in creaturehood. There are creaturehood that can feel emotions, and what is called an enchantment. Spells can be cast upon them. But is it cast out of personalities, that which is called form, or is it cast out of what is secreted as a smell that intoxicates and then pulls through them what they need to further their species? Is that you? You have a different dance. And so when we think of God making love, for some a fragrance of an aroma that others may call bliss, another may call in your English or in your human experience orgasm. What is that? Is that erotic? Or is it in your experience that takes you beyond yourself and places you in that moment, you are beyond woman and you are in a spirit connection. And so, that is a form of making love that takes you already to that state. You do not have to have certain acts to take you there. Understand? Godliness is that of that nature. Godliness is at that nature of expression and feeling. So what could be called nirvana, what is called bliss, what is called orgasm, there are levels of conduct between yourselves to bring you through that place, and for others they know how to simply go through that place. Understand? That is experiencing love, and it is making love. It is not copulation. But human gods do you know?
Jackie spoke about that you could leave powerful experiences with some men or women, and you keep them, they'll keep them around their waist and then keep them under their heart. Is there a sexual ritual how we should do that?
It is a very important topic to have brought into your attention, for it affects your hormones, both male and for female. It can also, in this area by men, it can also affect the heart of woman. But it was taught in this way to allow some definition for you all. Many have indeed perpetuated the truth that men in the heart is from the stress of business. Is it?
Or is it the feeling that they have lost something along the path, avoided dreams in the sense of how it would be, as they have gone into the outer world and found often harshness in that which they had to rally to gain supremacy, leverage, power. The heart attacks are often after the moments they miss in raising the children, for the feelings that they sense in disillusionment of loved ones, and with that is strains of business that was never meant to be the way that it became. It is a great tribute to those who are on the path and that have done it both. Now, in the ceremony and the private ritual, there are many ways to do this, because water acts as a conduit for electricity. I have taught her to do it in what you call the bathing of the water, but not to leave it exclusively, for in any time a thought will come in of something perhaps that was not remembered in that moment, that in that moment to take that time right then to think of where the time flow was, the circumstance, what was gained and learned and taught, to see it from the full cycle in Purita, and then to give thanks for the learning, for the growth, to bless it, to release it, to give the blessing to the one who in exchange with you for the learning. If it merits forgiveness, forgive. Because where there is genuine information, genuine knowledge, if you go to the knowledge, you have the understanding. When you understand, there's nothing to forgive. You understand it. You need to forgive what you don't understand. And if you cannot understand it, you can still forgive on faith that you know it was all part of the journey for you. And you release your faith and let it go, and you send love to the being, and you say, I release from my body, my mind and my soul, and return, evolve in a state of love. This higher frequency will not dwell in your embodiments. It will not house itself around your loins, men. No. You will not build it up and protect yourself. Touch, when I speak of the body, many people are foreign to their own body. They do not know what the bottom of the foot feels like. And long has been a memory to know what it feels like against the bare earth. It is very similar to running some rain off of your head. I do not understand it. To protect your due and to forfeit such an experience upon your faith is to keep yourself less alive, and to not allow yourself to be anointed by what is available for you, to protect yourself from the blowing all around you. Reacquaint yourself with the soil and not worry about dirt. Become more organic. Eat organic foods and to live without organicness in your own self. Go a whole day and wear all jewels upon yourself. And another day anoint yourself and take all that makes you beautiful.
But break any pattern so you know you're always in choice. In this ritual, include in it, women, every time you speak, you use your ways and the cleverness you have learned to get you the security of one whose love you felt had more to do with what he possessed than the soul. And if you ever thought you played such a game, be grateful you know what you know now. But go back to those times that you indeed perpetuated. The manipulation of your sensualness and your beauty for entrapment. And every time you know that you've done it. Now I am not speaking of flirtation. That is a topic you should do more of. You should flirt with the trees and the birds and with each other, and you should look and you should smile, and you should be very intoxicated with life, and you should all be in love all the time, every moment. And as I spoke to you earlier, that being a focus of it will show up. In the meantime, be very much in love. But release that, so many of you carry that. It is like a secret that you feel you are holding, but it sits in you and it communicates it someplace and pulls energy. It will be kept hidden, or shame, or many things. It is very similar to the men who have laid when they did not have any affection in their heart, only lust in their loins, and found themselves fulfilled only for a short period of time, because what was really wanting satisfaction was not in the equation. I say these things to you because what is moving in energy, cosmic, spiritual love is what you're all praying for. I pray. Are you all grateful for in everything?
Question is from another study. You mentioned
One part I will finish. One moment. In the conclusion of your ritual, that which is known as the breath of life is a very powerful tool of healing. I have taught you this. You carry the breath, the life force. If you can blow on your heart, take you a feather, a fan, a branch of a tree, and fan after you have done your ceremony. Brush off regularly, keep moving it away. You will find your body shape will change. Indeed? Friends will do this as well for you, but exchange the breath of life to each other. And those of you who need healing this day, any healers that are willing to offer moments before you depart this evening to give your breath of life, to pray your hands one another, who would be these that would wish to volunteer this? Very good. James, are you there? Who is it that would need healing? Who else? All that are needed healing, put your hands up. Good. Acquaint with one another, and those needing healing and those willing to give the healing, be with each other. Golden one, where are you? I'm speaking of the other. You will think of, no, I'm not speaking of that one. That is not the one. I see her, I know. and of your mate. And to the heart and the wonderful on the floor. Now, you acquaint yourself with each other and exchange your feelings. There is absolutely not an excuse in 10,000 universes for beings of this nature and this evolution to come together, need a little healing and leave with the need, when you have such magnificent healers here. Come together and exchange your medicine. It does not take long. The breath of air, the prayer, you will do this for each other. But when you do your personal ritual, when you do the blessing, move the energy off of the body. Do what is called your smudge, and do it regularly. You will see great change, and you will feel a lightness and a great gaiety about you. More of your childness will feel at ease. Yeah.
Thank you. When you were talking about the possibility to have a sex, you made a statement where you said it's not as business was meant to be. My question is, how was business meant to be?
First of all, business did not have a pre-concept in the original expression of what you would call to be into life from the Creator. Business is part of the evolution of what is called the change in the dynamics of what we call commerce. That is part of how mankind formulates it to be. And I refer to the term not as it is meant to be, meaning out of balance. Nothing is meant to be out of balance. Or that which is the misperception that you have gain without giving is not gain. To have what is called gain without giving is to breed greed. To have excess when others have nothing is to have self-induced awareness to justify what is inappropriate when you know you are all one. To strive and to tithe and to give balance because your heart compels you to do this is how it is meant to be. What is meant to be is to follow your heart. What is not meant to be is to overrule the heart so that strategy becomes business without heart, without fair, without balance. Then you have business that does not look to the hoop, the circle. All things are related. And so this sort of thinking creates business that is unaware of the waters, or unaware of that which is your trees, or the air of which you breathe, but rather business that has the spiritual consideration in it. So when I say unto you, not as it was meant to be, that is applicable to anything, love is peace without balance, spiritual consideration. Eating is not meant to be without balance and spiritual consideration. Business. And it continues. Understand? Indeed.
I have a question on the separate hospital with men and women. It's evolved in men and women. And when you come in with that balance, with the memory of the male energy protectivity and in tune with the earth and the animals, and with that memory and desire, what do we do with that as women?
You did not necessarily come in with that balance. You came in with this memory available for you to access. That does not mean you came in with a balance. In your comprehension, you are still learning that. You may elaborate in your question of what would you do with that.
If it's essential to want to teach people and want to protect them and want to nurture them, in that aspect that you're saying, as a man incarnated now has that memory of before, but if it comes in your when you're still loving and caring and nurturing and tender and graceful, we still want to change, we still want to protect, we still want to do that.
Coming into balance.
Then is being used to that just for the man, or is it not also for the man?
they are joined together. Though they are in your memory, and though you may be coming to a place within your spiritual evolution, or you have been both, there will be one that is your predominant expression in this life. Now, does that mean that if you are driven to be what would fall in what others would call a category that is limited thought? Both are primal instincts expressed different ways. And it is the choice of whatever brings you that fulfillment. But balance is necessary. You understand? And in the times that are now and coming, to have a deep appreciation for the genders, not to keep them wholly separate, but to place a respect for the uniquenesses to be attained and retained, while having the choices to express in the other. Many are expressing the other but not coming back and holding that may be of masculinity or of what is called femininity. And so they are needing to be reacquainted into your mind while you still have choices of fluctuation in your expression of them. Understand?
In the sense and the desire to protect. It's not to back away.
It is never to back away, but you must understand that there is a difference between a strong woman and an angry woman.
Or a physically strong, or athletic, or probably.
But of course, that is called fit. That is not the same thing. There is what is called emotional, what others would call barriers and blocks that men have. They are not barriers or blocks, but an element within manhood that is brought along to have a way to perceive a greater, indeed, sense of the way the world is, because it is being in the predominantness male. It is changing. To understand what is taught earlier is to understand it from the overview of the change that is occurring. The female, the understanding of balance, of the earth, of the caring back with what cares for you, is in the mind also of men, but it is coming consciously forward because of the women as well. And so that the decision making, what will ultimately be in governing bodies of this continent and others, will be balanced of male and female, and what is called the pre-understanding that are innately weak people will be placed in those roles with the balance of the other. This is part of some original understandings in many tribal and remote places of your world in the balance. Understand? It has been lost here, and it will come back. But it is not to be believed that to return to matriarchal is the solution. It is important that the role of the patriarch, it is the balance of two, not the predominance of one over the other. In many cases, for long in time, in the strength of woman, there is an unculpableness with her own softness, a certain alienation from her own, thinking that is weak. Soft is not weak. And many times it is misunderstood that a strong woman is one that is forceful. That is often the angry woman. And that anger at some point in time might have been necessary to create balance where there was none. And so it was needed to give impetus for change. But that must also change now. And then to be more of what is called the loving understanding in both. But as men become more loving, they do not have to become weak anymore, because women become clear.
they do not in their strength give up what is called the gentleness, the femininity, and the softness. When many men are, what is your term, intimidated by strong women, that is part of programming throughout time. There is a stabilizing in a strong woman, so there is freedom that you do not have to care for every thought and to indeed work on the suppression. There is coming to an equalness, that there do not have to be the suppression of the woman to have the strength of a man. This is what I convey to you for the times that are now and coming. It is allowing each to express in the moment. Many of the men have been too far away from the nature. There is something that is expressed organically that is held for you, and to take the time to go out of city. That is often why in certain tribal existence there is the ritual of the vision quest, for it takes the man and places him out under the stars and on the earth, within the moon, and to bring him to a place of vision and a realignment beyond the projections of mothers and fathers, and reacquaint them with their cosmic soul. And this is also true with women.
In New York, and the woman called me yesterday at 30 saying, I've never had an orgasm in my relationship and I'm supposed to. And why is it that so many women have this experience, and what is it that causes that?
Because they have this non-experience. And what causes this? In the beginning of this day, you were taught by, indeed, my woman in regard the teachings to the women. And in this teaching it was taught that throughout indeed many lifetimes and in this lifetime there is that which is the teaching that one of your most important goals was not to be educated, it was to get a man, to have the security. And so there is instinctively built within that belief the denial of self, which fits with non-orgasmicness. And in that denial of self and non-orgasmicness, and what was talked of the gradual resentment of that which is called the denial of self and the making self over, to flatter this foolish man that he would fall in love with you when truly he was falling in love the way that you loved him. Until of course the security was in place and gradually the woman would emerge and he would wonder, who is this individual? I thought I married me. Though she looked like a woman. And so often the resentment or the confusion or the shut downness, and this is very important,
the shutdownness that a woman needs to do in such ways that you aren't even aware when you were doing it so young. It's very hard to reopen in order to feel organic. Understand? For it is a surrendering and an abandonment. And many have difficulty to do this. If it is not over the reasons that I have just explained, then it is out of the reason of not fully understanding self and feeling safe enough to do this. For in the moment that precedes orgasmicness for women, you cannot be into your mind. You can't be wondering what he is thinking. And what he wants, you have to be inside of yourself and in your body of awareness. And that in and of itself is a training of soul. And so it is a reversal of shutdownness, but openingness, and feeling safe to do that. Which means in the safeness you are not in performance mode.
And so how is that attained? That you kind of feel that you're performing, keeping yourself in touch with yourself and checking that?
It is very much an attachment with yourself. And what is called performing is not an equation that should ever be in this, but rather genuine and true responses. And in a response and action dance, there is the give and the take. And in the sensitivity and attunement that should be minefields and the souls of true in such dance, there is a knowingness when to allow the other to go all the way into completion. This attunement is very difficult to be there if it hasn't occurred early on in the simple dialogue of the courtship in the dance which should occur. Understand?
That's the reason that masturbation is so easy because you don't have to worry perform.
Correct.
There's nobody there.
Correct. Correct. And often in the dialogue, it is in the dance of the words and in the dialogue when you speak and the other pauses and you have that sense, I know what you mean. And you don't have to finish every word so the other comprehends. You are in the dance. If that is there in the dialogue, then it will be there in your love making. And they know where to pause or not. You see? But if it is not there in the other, it is only one-dimensional and you will be hungry again later. It is just like what we spoke of in food. You will feel the need to eat more because you haven't fed when you were really hungry. You will feel the need, you have still not fed places within your sexuality that have not been touched, that have not been expressed. There are many in relationships for a long time, and it is bespoken through what you call professional circles to ask for what you want. I understand why this is taught intellectually. It makes very good sense. But it's not an intellectual experience. And if you over-intellectualize it, you still have not understood what you ought to understand. It is to develop the sensory field and the intuitiveness with each other that you don't have to ask. It is felt and known. You don't have to tell. That makes a spell that you should be building up to in other ways. There is enormous areas to learn and to grow and to develop with each other.
But there's this time problem.
Indeed, that's a spirit of time.
That need more time than the guys. That's very hard to their class. Like it seems like, it seems like a race. Let me go ahead and you just come in an hour.
That is because as a woman, you are desiring to have multi-levels in your orgasmic experience. You want your spirit satisfied, your soul, and your body, and to bring the body into it without other is most difficult. You have not ever perfected quite that art of disassociating here and disassociating here. The men learned it very young. It was part of a conditioning and a group thought that was inherited and handed down. It seemed to go with that is called the territory in your thinking. And so when it is said, it doesn't take them so long. Now part of this, there is innately that they are able and must be able to release a seed quickly. That is back to early sustaining of a species. With this, and all else that was taught that enters into the play of mind that they go to in their thought to bring the release, this is not often satisfied here. And if the male takes more time, they are more fulfilled here too. You see? And they are more fulfilled here. And it is fuller and completer.
You tell them.
I am telling them. And when it is fuller and completed in these places, the release is stronger. And it is sustainable. This is always an enticement for them to do, ladies. It will last longer. Indeed, much longer. And in its lasting of longer, it is important to know that orgasmic experience is in stages, and many of you shoot right first through the very first stage and go right to the elemental one, and you're in and out. You are missing a great deal of vibrational feeding to your field, and you must go back and explore and find out what that is. In that earlier part, that brings the woman to want to bond as a result of when they are in all levels, and the man to worry that she will want to bond. There's a very clear understanding that they have two different experiences out of the same act. Now, if you choose to agree with another that you want simply to have primal experience, that is your choice. But if you choose to wish to experience the multi-dimensions of yourself, for you see men and women, but we are talking to the men specifically, if you wish to have deeper understandings of yourself, a deeper feeling to spirit, a deeper sense of connection, take more time in your pre-experience. For what you have feared at some place, you will become emotionally engaged, emotionally awakened, emotionally ignited, and that emotion will bring a feeling afterwards that many have been afraid of, that they would fall in love or they would commit. And so there has been a protection to have done this. For they are often afraid that they are attracted on a sexual level, but if they get their heart involved here, they might commit on an emotional level, and they are not sure if it is sustainable. Again, the concern for hurt. So the whole and many processes that we are discussing here merit rethinking and reevaluation. I want to reiterate here for the value, indeed, of what it will bring. I am not speaking of passiveness. I am not speaking of boredom. I am speaking of lust and of passion and of abandonment. All the things that are in your fantasies, but other ways of enacting them that need to be explored by you. And if you are curious how, ask a woman. They will tell you anyway. If you think you have fantasies, theirs are intricate and they are like paintings that you could look at a long time and be held spellbound. And they have been waiting for centuries to tell you. And it is true, is it not? Yes. And part of the future healing and a true bonding between these rare species is for them to have that experience of telling and you to have the experience of listening. Even if it isn't the one who is telling and the one that is listening that should do it with each other in the fulfillment. But still, for a woman to have a man hear and a man to hear is still a part of what needs to be now. Indeed?
What causes the chemistry to be on a sexual level between a man and a woman, when then it might not be a connection on other levels? What causes chemistry?
Attraction.
Okay.
And chemistry are caused in many different layers. In one, it is occurred to that which can be the conditioning of the mind that says, I am attracted to you. This fits into that which is the conditioning of my world. That's why you may find an attraction to what you have been schooled to find attractive. And you may be repulsed by what others would be attracted to. That is mindset and perception and indoctrination. In what is an attraction that can be felt has everything to do with where you are in your life toward yourself, in your interface, in the dynamic, in the vibrations you are emitting. And indeed, in what you call chemistry, when those come together and you have a connection, an attraction, and a chemistry with another, it is and does have merit to be looked at, to be explored. If it does not encompass the others, then it is only visual. I will tell you that the majority of them are capable of being far more than physical. But there is the pattern of emotional shutdownness or laziness, a non-willing to explore because it is not safe. And so people return to safe, which is also lonely. Understand? You might as well give up safety and try. For you see, either way, you are already hurting. You might as well have expression and fulfillment. And if you are finding that you are hurting in that which is the conclusion, you have lived. And if you carry the wisdom that you are being taught, you will not be hurt long. And you will be all what is called one who has lived life. Indeed. If you want to know how to swim, you may have to get wet. Indeed.
How does age fit into all this?
AIDS has everything to do with all of this. For ours has been taught this day, and the intricateness and the weaving of the shutdownness of a woman, to adjust oneself in order to be indeed loved and to indeed have a security, or to have what indeed mother and father wish, all the things that deny a self. For the man who goes about making the choices through the projections of a society, a governing body, and parents and fathers, makes a path sometimes to look back. It may even bring anger, but it will bring change and ultimately freedom. As it comes into aids, I say these two patterns of what has been taught so far, to know that those are elements that are called disharmony, diseased, predeceased attitudes and displacement in the body. Understand? Because they are in the element of the mind. So they are indeed later in life, as it is accumulated and movement is not truly had, and energy sits and thoughts right here, and frustrations and angers and confusions and unfulfillment, and the body carries with it the different ailments of the female, the reproduction, the heart, the ailments that plague humanity. Among the sexual organs is later of these, and then of course what is called stress. That is also part of this. Now you add to this that there is these predetermined ideas of how you should copulate, who you should marry, insecurity, and all of this. There is this set view of what it is that is appropriate. And anything outside of this perimeter is damned or wrong. And because it is in the mindset of a group mind, those individual beings struggling to be loved and to give love, even if it is an intellectual belief that, well, they seek this because of difficulties with their father or with their mother, and so they are afraid of women, they are afraid of men, so they are safe with each other. Whatever the hypothesis is, they are seeking love. They want to be touched like all of you. They are living, breathing spirits on earth. Knowing inside of them that they may have an attraction to their own gender, and knowing that the mass opinion is of such disapproval, creates a rejection immediately of their own sexuality, and a fear and a confusion, for they feel they are not the same or may not fit on in if they are known. So another act, another art, and another discipline that is called hiding, learning to fit in, compensate, be over nice to compensate for your secret, or so that they will like you, they will think you are wonderful, and they are even gay. Even the precepts have such prejudice within it, out of the lack of true understanding of spirit, of sexuality. And so it is that the concern of the parents to find out, or others, the nucleus of the family and the greater body of society perpetuates ill thought. Ill thought in consciousness will ultimately manifest itself in form. And what will become the plague of the mind will become the plague of the body. And what would feel was not accepted here begins to reject here, and it perpetuates an immune system. What is put into place sustains you in life implodes on itself, self-destructs. And it will be no more, ultimately. For they are indeed those that are free, determined in their heart or mind to wish to share with another of their own, indeed, gender, or to be loved and cherished. They are indeed to be brought no more thought to the mind than if they are simply a carpenter and another is a painter. Because you have so much more to find that unifies you as a human race. That is the antidote, acceptance, love. It is an antidote to the mindset that created the illness here in consciousness that entered into form. And that it would come about and find its way into far more than those that would be considered to be what you call to be of the homosexual, is so that people can look broader from the statements that have been made that are of no truth, that God determines such a thing. God determines that you love each other and that you honor and respect all choices. For when you do, the choices made by those who feel loved are for the highest. And you are challenged to learn to embrace all that might be or not. Do you know that beings are born at a greater rate that carry both of the sexual organs and some with not? I have spoken to you many times before that you are going to learn a lot about sexuality, sexual beingness, and you must grow up in an understanding so you are prepared for beings who reproduce in ways that will surprise you. And that learn how to be orgasmic, touch each other's body. And if that is so, do they reproduce this way? And I am still teaching you about birth control with mine. Aren't you come along?
Is it possible for AIDS to be transmitted to somebody unless they have that mind illness?
AIDS already has been.
So where does that come from?
Once upon a time, you have had what is called lepers. The plague has returned to some places in your world now that is not AIDS. As you grow to understand many things of this nature, you will learn, and you are learning rapidly about healing. Rapidly. The healing comprehension is going to be an epidemic larger than any illness. You get it? And that is a truth beyond truth. And so it is when you hear that there is a plague or an illness. You must remember in the times that the holy ones would go to the leper colonies, and they would go among those of the fever, and they would get it not. Faith is that powerful. Love is that powerful. Where your mind is that powerful. And so the knowledges that are being taught of love, of the breath of life, to give it to another. Of the acts of kindness, the chakras in your hands you can feel. more and more knowledge from beings, from other civilizations, beings that carry remembrances from times that you lived with the Holy Ones, and the Holy Ones that come to teach you. There is no illness that will ever be as great or greater than your ability to overcome and heal it for yourself and your fellow man, and that's be your challenge now. So the antidote in the epidemic of healers and healing. Be aware of that. Know that more is being taught, thought of, and facilitated in that arena until it will outnumber the sick, until the ill are no more. Amen.
What is the relationship of romance to love? When I hear women talking, there's a lot of longing and desire that romance be more extended in relationships. And we are very taught as people that it's not realistic to think that it would be, and that of course it fades. And I see amongst women, certainly amongst myself, an unwillingness to relinquish that, even to the point where I'd rather not have anything. I'd rather have the romance in my life, that already occurs.
I will share this unto you and then put you off to your slumber. In the understanding of romance and women's desire for it is truly because they are wishing, as I spoke earlier, for a man to be engaged in more places than that which is avoided, understand? Knowing that where there is romance, that can be more possible. In that which is called romance, it is a state of intoxication. And it is when you lose that which is called the aroma, the sounds, the candles, all that cast spells, that has everything to do with magic, the altered state of alpha, when all things seem not quite as bad as that they can feel when you are in beta. In that which is called to be of the state of alpha, it's altered. Your sensory field, people, is far more sensitive in a fuller perimeter. So in the state of romance, intoxication from romance, in the state of alpha, a touch feels differently than in the touch of when you are in beta. It is no different than if you are in your sleep state, that is known unto you what is called indeed delta, beta. You don't feel the touch as much. But in the state of alpha, it has a sensualness to it, and you can feel it further than the top of your skin, because your field of strategy and mentalness is down. You are in sensory field, you are in your spirit realm, you are in that sensory modality, and therefore that is the place to enter into your love making. So when women want more romance, when men are willing to participate in romance, there is a richness and a depth, for you are feeding your field out here before you enter into the state of the act of your copulation that takes you then back into a hyper state of intoxication. It is the cycle that can be entered into it at various stages. So when people say to have romance or to have nothing, well, romance is throughout life. You are romanced all of the time by life. There is not a day or a night that you cannot pause Look to the heavens, to the moon, to the stars, or in the day, to the flowers, the breezes, the shadows, and feel romance. Life is continually romancing you, pulling you in, intoxicating you with the joy of being alive. When you take the time to create this with another being, experience it with each other, and then bring your bodies into the act, you are in a celebration of this. Indeed, so be it. Now your mind talking was much to dream about for many moons, much to practice for many moons. Indeed, the many things that I have said to you this day, remember that all. There is never a word that is not intended. But above it all, feel what has been taught to you. Feel it. Rethink it. And remember, decide to be in love. Just be in love. Everything else will turn out just fine. Indeed? It may sound very outrageous, but when you find this one you wish to connect on these levels, lay on the earth and under the stars, get out of your confinement, get off of these things that are so perfect, and go down the earth and smell it in your nostrils. Listen to the seashore. Look at the moon. Look at the stars. And feel your skin alive next to each other. You will learn something you have never known before. But I did. And it will be a premise that we will teach of again sometime soon. Begin anew, people. It's a new time. And so it is spoken unto you unto this day. In the year of your Lord you have been told these things. Live them. Amen. Go and be happy. Be jolly. Flirt with each other and with the butterflies. First with the fairies and the birds. It means to communicate in frivolous ways that can seem very silly, but they'll bring usefulness and merriment to your existence. And it shall bring that which is called merriment back into your humanity. That is authenticated. Allows you. So next we gather, it shall belong unto this as well. What is this?
Her hair is
Hair came down. It shall be that which is the time of your holiday. I have stories to tell you. Time in comfort, but we will sit together and tell stories and bless each other. And there are beings that wish to meet you.